system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free.
Anything we need before we get the jury back? Anything we need before we get the jury back?
Just a couple brief records about exhibits that we stipulated to.
All right. All right, then we are on the record in FECR 153477. Defendants present with counsel, states present. We're outside of the presence of the jury. Is there a record from the state?
No, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Judge, I just wanted to bring to the court's attention that Ms. Eimerman and I did discuss proposed exhibits, which would include all of 12 and all of 13, that the state intends to offer during this trial, whether it's today or tomorrow. In those exhibits, there are photographs of firearms. I wanted to be clear with Ms. Eimerman that the firearms depicted in states 12 and 13 are the firearms that we agreed to be showing to the jury. And after she had an opportunity to review the exhibits that I brought her attention to yesterday, and I apologize, I don't have the letters in front of me, we were in agreement that those were the ones that were permissible to be presented to the jury.
Is that agreeable?
That is agreeable, and I would note that Mr. Moore and I reviewed them. We reviewed them with our client, and that is an accurate statement.
Okay, so these are not firearms that are implicated by my limine rulings?
No, and I appreciate the state bringing that to our attention. They are different firearms at different locations.
Okay. Any other record like that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Let's go ahead and have our jury.
seated.
All right, we're back on the record in FECR 153477. Welcome back, jurors. When we left off, the state was in the process of presenting evidence. Is the state ready to present its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may do so.
State calls Nikia Slovida.
I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you'd please start by just stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Nakiasvoboda.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Nikia.
Good morning.
Could you move that microphone up there to your mouth there? Good. All right. Speak clearly for us. You're a little soft-spoken. Thanks. Why don't you first tell us a little bit about yourself? How old are you?
22.
Where do you currently live?
On the southeast side of Cedar Rapids,
Where are you from originally?
Chicago.
How long have you lived in Cedar Rapids?
About 7 years.
Where else have you lived while you've been here in the area?
Iowa City.
Did you spend some time also living in Hiawatha in a trailer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you know the defendant in this case, McKinley Louisma?
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't have to call me Your Honor. I'm not, that's him. I like it, but... So, can you tell us how you know Mr. Louisma?
I dated him.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you just tell us what he's wearing?
A blue shirt.
Over here at the table by his lawyers?
Yes.
Okay. May the record reflect the witness identified the defendant, Your Honor?
It will.
So you said you dated Mr. Louisma. Can you tell us when you met with Mr. Louisma?
In 2020.
Can you tell us how you met Mr. Louisma?
On a dating app.
On a dating app. Which one?
Tag.
When you met Mr. Louisma on a dating app, how did the initial conversation go?
We started talking and we gave each other our numbers in Snapchat.
And when you started talking with him after giving each other's numbers and talking on Snapchat, did you meet up with him?
Yes.
Did you meet up with him that day?
Yes.
And when you met up with him that day, what did the two of you do?
Went to Lily Pond Lake.
Is that the Lily Pond that's out up in Amana, down in Amana?
Yes.
And whose idea was it to go there?
His idea.
How much time did you spend together that first day?
Pretty much the whole day.
So did the two of you then hit it off?
Yes.
Did you start dating each other after that?
Yes.
And how long did you and Mr. Louisma then date each other or see each other as boyfriend and girlfriend?
Pretty much like every day.
Did that, how long did that last until?
This year.
Did it last until February of this year?
Yes.
During the course of your relationship, were the two of you together all the time, or were there times when you weren't?
There's times we weren't.
Would you call that an on-again or off-again relationship here and there?
Yes.
Did the two of you have some troubles during your relationship?
Yes.
What would you say were the main troubles you had during your relationship?
Arguments and keeping jobs.
Arguments and what?
Keeping jobs.
Keeping jobs? Okay. Was it difficult during the relationship for you and him to keep a job?
Yes.
Did that cause some problems with you guys?
Yes.
And when you had arguments, what were the arguments about?
Basically jealousy.
Was Mr. Louisma jealous of you talking to other people?
Yes.
During the relationship, would he keep tabs on who you were talking to in any way?
Objection, relevance.
Approach.
Thank you.
Objections overruled. You can answer if you remember the question, or do you need him to ask it again? Do you need him to ask it again? Okay.
Would you mind repeating the question?
Question. During the relationship, would he keep tabs on who you were talking to in any way?
No.
No?
No.
Did you and the defendant end up splitting up sometime in the middle of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember when it was the two of you broke up?
July
Do you remember the day?
4th.
So July 4th, 2023, you and the defendant split up?
Yes.
And who broke up with who?
Me.
So you broke up with Mr. Louisma.
Yes.
And was that because of the jealousy issues and whatnot?
Yes.
After you and Mr. Louisma broke up, did you start seeing somebody else?
Yes.
Who?
Matthew Clark.
And his last name was Clark?
Yes.
Did he go by any other names?
Polo King.
Polo King? How long did you see Mr. Clark?
Like 3 months.
And during that 3 months, did you continue to have contact with the defendant?
Yes.
What kind of contact did you continue to have with the defendant during that 3 months where you were seeing Mr. Clark?
I would text him and tell him to come get me at my apartment, and then we would meet up.
So what would be the purpose of you meeting up with him?
Because sometimes, most of the time, me and Matthew would get into it a lot.
So even though you were seeing this Matthew, you still continued to see the defendant off and on?
Yes.
While you were seeing Matthew and still seeing the defendant off and on, did you become aware of another person in the defendant's life named Melody?
No.
You didn't know about Melody at that time?
No.
Did Mr. Louisma, the defendant, ever tell you about having any other friends during that time that were
No.
women? At some point in time, did you and the defendant get back together as a couple?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
In December.
December of 2023?
Yes.
And how did that happen that you guys ended up getting back together?
I didn't know him and Melody were together, and he left Melody and came back to me.
So you didn't know that he had been with Melody, but are you saying that you know that now, that he left Melody and came to you?
Yes.
And when he came to you, who decided between the two of you that you would get back together as a couple?
We both did.
I'm going to jump ahead just a little bit here to February 17th, 2024, okay? What was the status of your relationship with the defendant on February 17th of 2024?
It was good.
Were you together as a couple?
Yes.
Were you living together at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you living?
At my nana's.
Your Nana's?
Yes.
Who's your Nana?
Patty.
What's Patty's last name?
Bent.
Sorry.
Bascom.
Bascom? And where was Patty's house where you were living?
Hiawatha.
Okay. Do you remember the name of the street you lived on?
No.
Do you know a street called Hummingbird Lane?
Yes.
Was that the street you guys lived on?
Yes.
And was that in a trailer park in Hiawatha?
Yes.
Who lived with you in your Nana, Patty Bascom, at this trailer?
McKinley and my papa.
Okay. Who's your papa?
I didn't really talk to them.
Okay. Is that your Nana's boyfriend at the time?
Yes.
Okay. So on February 17th, 2024, when you're living on the trailer on Hummingbird Lane with Patty, the defendant, and Patty's boyfriend, were you also pregnant at that time?
Yes.
And whose child were you pregnant with?
I didn't know who it was.
Did you believe it could have been the defendant's child?
Yes.
Was the defendant with you as a boyfriend at that time, taking care of you when you were pregnant?
Yes.
Was he going to, or keeping up on some of your appointments and things like that?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did the defendant believe the baby was his?
Objection,
Yes.
speculation.
Overruled.
And your answer to that was yes?
Yes.
I want to take you then to that day, February 17th, 2024, earlier in the day. Do you remember having some complications with your pregnancy?
Yes.
What was going on?
I have like really bad pain in my stomach, and I was sent to the hospital,
What hospital did you go to?
St. Luke's.
Who'd you go with to St. Luke's?
My nana.
Did she take you down there?
Yes.
What about the defendant? Did he come there that day?
Yes.
How did he get there?
Well, we called him, and he said he was with his brother, and then he came, and he came by himself.
Okay. So he came by himself. Did he drive his car there?
Yes.
Do you remember how the defendant was acting when he came to St. Luke's that day?
Yes.
How was he acting?
Really off.
Off?
Yes.
In what way?
He wasn't himself, and I know when he is himself, he usually would talk to me, and he was on his phone, and I asked him if he was okay, and he didn't say anything.
So he was acting off, and he was on his phone. Could you tell anything he was doing on his phone?
No, he was watching videos.
So you could tell he was watching videos?
Yeah.
Could you tell if he was talking to anybody on his phone?
No.
So he was off enough that you asked him what was wrong with him?
Yes.
And he didn't tell you anything?
No.
I'm going to stop there for now on February 17th, but come back to that, to back up and ask you that after you got back together with the defendant at the end of December 2023, did you find out that he had been in a relationship with another woman while the two of you were not together as a couple?
I did find out.
And how did you find out the defendant had been in a relationship with another woman while the two of you were separated from each other?
When we got back together, at my apartment, she called his phone. And basically she said that I answered it, and she said she wanted to talk to her man, and I was like, who's your man? She said McKinley.
Okay. So I'm going to ask a couple questions about that. You said at your apartment. What apartment were you living at?
Crestwood.
And where's that?
On Edgewood.
Is that here in Cedar Rapids?
Yes.
When did you move out of that apartment?
In January.
So you were still at an apartment on Crestwood, on Edgewood Road in Cedar Rapids when this other woman called asking for her man?
Yes.
And did you find out who that woman was?
Yes.
Who?
Melody.
And do you know her now as Melody Hoffmanin?
Yes.
When you had this brief conversation with her, and she said McKinley, you asked her who her man was. What happened after that? What did you do?
I basically walked away because I couldn't deal with the stress.
So you were on the phone. What did you do with the phone?
I gave it back to him.
To the defendant?
Yes.
What did he do?
He hung up on her.
What happened after he hung up on her?
She called back.
Do you remember how many times she called back?
No.
What happened when she called back?
He put it on mute.
On what?
He put his phone on mute.
On mute?
Yes.
What does that do?
So she couldn't hear what we were saying.
So he answered the phone but then put it on mute?
Yes.
Were you present then while she was on the other end of the line?
Yes.
Did a conversation take place?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you what was said, but through the nature of that conversation, did you find out that the defendant had been in a relationship with her?
Yes.
And obviously, well, I guess not obviously, did you find out that the two of them had broken up?
Yes.
Did you also figure out then through talking to the defendant that while you were separated from him, that he actually had spent some time at Melody's apartment with her?
Yes.
Did you find out that he had some stuff there still?
Yes.
Do you remember when the defendant went to get some stuff from Melody's apartment?
Yes.
And were you with him that day?
Yes.
How would you describe the defendant's demeanor? I mean, like his emotions that day?
I don't really know. He just told me it was just a friend that he went to get his stuff from. And I waited outside the car.
Do you recall where his stuff was when he went over to get it?
No.
Do you remember any of his stuff being outside?
No. Not that I know. I only went there once.
Do you recall whether the defendant was upset when he went to get the stuff?
Yes.
How do you know he was upset?
He told me Melody's mom and him don't really get along.
So when he went over to get his stuff, would you say that he was in an upset or angry mood?
Yes.
So you had this brief conversation with Melody where you could tell that she and the defendant had been together while you guys were separated. And then there was the issue with him going to get his stuff. Did you find out from that point up until February 17th that the defendant was still talking to Melody on occasion?
I didn't even know.
I'm sorry?
I didn't know.
You didn't know?
No.
Did you have a feeling that he was talking to her?
Objection, relevance, speculation.
Sustained.
At any point in time, did you do anything on your own to try to see if he was still talking to her?
I usually went through his phone.
And when you went through his phone, did you see any evidence that he was talking to her?
No.
Did you ever see any conversations between the two of them? Or-
No. Not that I recall.
At any point in time, did you become aware that Melody was sending messages to the defendant that he wouldn't respond to?
No.
When you found out, well, let me back up here. In January then, when you found out that the two of them had been together as a couple, did you have any reason to believe he was still talking to her?
No.
Did you at any point in time tell the defendant that he couldn't talk to her?
I basically told him he had to choose between me or her.
And why did you tell him that he had to choose between you and her?
Because I wasn't going to be in the middle. I wasn't going to be like a second choice to somebody.
Why did you feel like you had to tell him that?
Because every time when she calls, it seems like a second choice to someone.
Every time what?
When she called his phone in January, it felt like a second choice. And I told him I wanted you to earn your trust back.
So it was the phone call that you talked about and finding out the two of them had been together as a couple and lived together that led you to tell him that he had to make a choice to be with either you or her.
Yes.
And when you told him that he had to make that choice, what was his response?
He said he picked me.
I want to go back to the night of February 17th, 2024. Do you remember being at your residence there on Hummingbird Lane with the defendant when he left for the night?
Yes.
Do you remember him leaving for the night?
Yes, I asked him where he was going. He said he was going to his parents.
And you know where his parents live?
Yes.
Where do they live?
164 Belvedere Drive.
Is that in Cedar Rapids as well?
Yes.
What side of town is that on?
The northwest.
Is there a park or anything near that area?
Yes.
What park?
Cherry Hill.
And when he said he was going to his parents, did you have any reason to believe he wasn't?
No, I didn't.
I want to ask you a couple questions about him when he left. Do you remember what he was wearing when he left?
He had a ski mask with him.
He has a ski mask with him?
Yes.
Did that stick out to you that he has a ski mask with him?
Yes.
Is there anything else he was wearing that stood out to you?
His boots.
What kind of boots?
His boots that he had for work.
What did those boots look like?
They're the black boots.
Was he wearing the boots or carrying with him?
Wearing them.
On or about this time period, so around February 17th of 2024, were the two of you tracking each other's locations by your phones?
Yes.
How were you doing that?
He has like 360.
Life 360?
Yeah, and Snapchat.
Is Life 360 an app where you can track the movements of certain people?
Yes.
And can you also track locations of people through the Snapchat app?
Say that again?
Can you also track the locations of people through Snapchat?
Yes.
Okay. And so were you able to do that with Mr. Louisma up to that time?
Yes, I tracked it, but then it turned off.
So at some point in time during the night, the location turned off?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember about what time that was?
I don't really remember.
Do you remember where he was before the location was turned off?
No.
So you just remember at some point in time you could watch him and then you couldn't?
Yes.
Did you try to contact him when the location was turned off?
It was going straight to voicemail.
When Mr. Louisma is not with you during your relationship and you try to call him, does he usually call you back?
Yes.
Did he do that call you back that night?
No.
Did he send you any messages at all?
No.
Were you able to find out, or did he turn his location back on at any time that night so you could see where he was?
Not that I know, because I went to sleep.
Okay, so at some point in time you went to sleep?
Yes.
When did you see the defendant again?
When he woke me up.
Okay. Do you remember approximately what time that would have been?
Like 4 in the morning.
So now we're at 4 a.m. on February 18th.
Yes. It was like 4, around 2, I think it was like 2 or 4.
So sometime around between 2 and 4 a.m.
Yeah.
What was he wearing when he came back?
I don't remember.
Did you see him with the ski mask when he came back?
No.
Did he acknowledge you when he came home?
Yes.
How?
He gave me a hug and a kiss. And he said he loved me.
What did you notice about him, if anything, when he gave you a hug and kiss and said, I love you?
He smelled like smoke, like black and mild, and it smelled like really off because he doesn't smoke black and mild. He doesn't even smoke.
So did you think that was strange that he smelled like smoke?
Yes.
Did you notice anything about his mannerisms?
He was sitting on the floor when he got back to my grandma's.
Sitting on the floor and doing what?
He was sitting on the floor watching a video, and I asked him what's wrong, and he said nothing.
Watching videos, how?
On his phone.
Did you notice anything about his person, like how he was acting at all?
He wouldn't say much.
Did he appear to be nervous at all, or shaking or anything?
A little shaky.
Shaking? Did it stand out to you enough that you asked him what was wrong?
Yes.
Okay. And when you asked him what was wrong, what did he say?
He didn't say much. He didn't really say anything.
Does your Nana Patty have a son named Trevor?
Yes.
Did you have any knowledge that night that the defendant had gone and picked up Trevor from work?
Yes.
Besides that, did you know anything else that he did that night?
No.
Were you present at the Hummingbird Lane trailer when the defendant realized that his car was gone?
Yes.
Can you tell us, if you recall, how he was notified of that, or how you and Patty were notified of that?
We got a call from Marion Police Department, and my Nana woke us up and said, your car is gone.
So you got notified by the Marion Police Department they had his car?
We called, and they told us.
Okay. And after you found out that his car was at the Marion Police Department, what did you and the defendant do?
We dropped him off. We dropped him off because they wanted to talk to him, and so we dropped him off. And then the next, like 5 minutes later, we got pulled over.
Where'd you drop him off?
Like up the street by the Marion Police Department.
So did you drop him off at the Marion Police Department?
Not right next to it, like down by the gas station.
Okay. And after that, you said you got pulled over
Yes.
by a police officer?
Yes.
And at that point in time, did you talk to the police about anything?
They couldn't really say much. They just told us that they seen us drop him off.
Okay. At some point in time, did a police officer interview you about, some of the things we talked about here today?
Yes.
And then, do you remember coming into this courthouse and doing a deposition this summer?
Yes.
Just 1 second, Nikia. Excuse me, Your Honor. I just want to look for something really quick. Thank you, Nikia. I don't think I have any other questions at this time.
Cross?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
May I call you Nikia?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. Nikia, you've told us today that you were pregnant last year, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have your baby?
Yes, she's actually in the audience.
She's in the audience?
Yes.
When did you have her?
April 8th.
And what's her name?
Aaliyah.
How do you spell Aaliyah?
Aliyah.
And was she born well and healthy?
Yes.
And you were well and healthy after that?
Yes.
You mentioned that there was a time where you and McKinley had broken up. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you got back together.
Yes.
Now, before you had Aaliyah in April, there was some question as to whether McKinley or Matthew was the dad. Is that right?
Yes.
And that uncertainty, did that exist until Aaliyah was born?
Yes.
Did my question make sense? It wasn't worded very well.
Can you say that again?
I will. When did you determine who Aaliyah's dad was?
We did we sort of did like a DNA test.
And did you do that test after she was born?
We had DHS do it.
Pardon?
We had DHS do it.
Okay. And I'm just trying to figure out when you learned that information. Do you remember?
No, because we had to have DHS involved.
All right. Just to be clear then, McKinley didn't know for sure if he was the father of your baby for a time. Is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, McKinley is not Aaliyah's dad, correct?
We didn't, Matthew's not the father of Aaliyah.
Okay. And McKinley's not the father.
We haven't done a DNA test with McKinley.
When you got back together in December, you then talked about how in December and January you learned about Melody. Is that right?
Yes.
And you never met her, did you?
No.
And you gave McKinley an ultimatum. Yes?
Yes.
That he had to pick between you and her, right?
Yes.
You had some trust issues with McKinley when you got back together, is that right?
Yes.
And you told us that you would check his phone periodically?
Yes.
Now, after January, by the time we got into February, there were no issues with Melody at that point, correct?
No.
You also talked about a day where you and McKinley went over to get his things from Melody's house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you testified that McKinley was angry?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I don't remember what your answer was. Were his things in the house or apartment or outside?
They were outside.
And he got his things that day, didn't he?
Yes.
Packed them up in the car?
Yes.
And once he got all of his things back, he wasn't angry anymore, was he?
Not that I know of.
You were with him, right?
I was only with him one time.
When he got his things, though.
The first time.
And after that, he wasn't angry about his things anymore, was he?
He was angry about getting the rest of them. He didn't get all of his stuff.
And eventually, when he did, he wasn't angry about that anymore,
No.
correct? No, he wasn't angry.
No, he wasn't.
Okay, thank you. And so by the time February rolled around, you did not believe or have any reason to believe that Melody was still in McKinley's life. Is that true?
Yes.
You explained to us how your Nana is Patty, correct?
Yes.
And that for a time you were living with her in Hiawatha,
Yes.
and so was McKinley.
Yes.
And at some point, let me back up. Do you know someone named Logan Kimpton?
Yes.
How do you know Logan?
He's a friend.
Would he sometimes stay at your Nana's?
Yes.
At one point, Logan gave your Nana a machete. Is that right?
Yes.
For protection.
Yes.
And your Nana accepted it, correct?
Yes.
And then she put it in a closet.
Yes.
And as far as you know, that's where it stayed.
Yes.
And before this date in February, you'd seen a McKinley before with a machete, correct?
Yes.
You'd keep one in his car for protection?
Yes.
And there were times, Nikia, where you would try to reach McKinley by cell phone and you weren't able to. Is that right?
Yes.
Not just on February 17th and 18th, correct?
Yes.
And McKinley's cell phone didn't always have internet access, correct?
Yes.
It would depend whether or not he could access a Wi-Fi connection. Is that true?
Sometimes he didn't pay it.
And sometimes whether or not he could use his phone would depend on whether or not he could hook up to, like, the library's Wi-Fi, correct?
Yes.
That night in February, you testified that you saw McKinley with a ski mask?
Yes.
You'd seen McKinley with a ski mask before that night, though, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Nikia. I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Nikia, I'm just going to ask you a little bit more about what Ms. Eimerman asked you about, learning about Melody, okay? Do you recall in your deposition back in July of this year that you were asked about whether or not you knew that the defendant and Melody were talking?
Say that again?
Do you recall being asked if you knew whether the defendant and Melody were talking, like when you guys were together?
I didn't even know.
You didn't know, but do you
No.
recall being asked that question?
Yes.
Do you recall what your answer was?
Yes.
Okay, what was your answer?
No.
No? Okay. Do you recall talking about seeing something on his phone and not wanting anything to do with it because of drama?
Objection, meeting.
It's a yes or no question.
Overruled.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. What is it that you saw on his phone that you wanted to avoid because you didn't want the drama?
Objection, relevance?
Overruled.
They were like having a conversation, and I don't really know what they were talking about, but they were mostly on the phone, so I couldn't really listen to what they were saying, so I walked away.
Did you see something on his phone, though?
Yes, there were photos and videos.
Photos and videos of who?
Melody.
And you saw those photos and videos on Mr. Louisma's phone?
Yes.
What were they, photos and videos of Melody doing?
There were some photos of Melody at her house, and then there's sexual photos and videos on his phone.
Was Mr. Louisma in any of those videos?
Yes.
Okay. And what was Mr. Louisma and Melody doing in those videos?
They were having sexual intercourse.
When you saw that, did that lead you to believe that Mr. Louisma may still have been talking to Melody or may get back with her?
Yes.
Is that also one of the reasons that you told him that he had to choose between you and her?
Yes.
And do you remember when you saw those videos?
The same day I went on his phone in January and gave him the ultimatum.
Hey, prior to that, Nikia, did you believe that the defendant had blocked Melody on his phone?
I seen him block her, but I don't know what he does like outside, away from me.
So did the defendant tell you at some point in time he had blocked Melody?
He showed me his phone and she was blocked.
Then after Melody called and after you saw these videos, did you think maybe he had unblocked her?
I didn't think he would unblock. I don't know if he would unblock her or not.
You didn't know for sure?
No.
Okay, that's all I have, Judge.
Ross?
Thank you. Nikia, you just talked about some videos that you saw, and it was your testimony today that you saw those in January of 2024?
Yes.
We talked about those pictures in your deposition, didn't we?
Yes.
And in your deposition, you said that you saw those videos in December of 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's what you testified to under oath in your deposition?
Can I get like a break?
Page 62. Page 62. Your Honor, I think she asked for a break. I don't.
Ma'am, let's try to go forward if you can.
Would, Nikia, would you like to look at?
Huh?
Would you like to see your deposition transcript? Would that help you remember?
Did you hear her question?
Yes. That's fine.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, can I do that?
Yes. May I approach, Judge?
You may.
And counsel, again, this is at page 62, kind of starting at line 14. Nikia, I'm going to.
I'm stressing out.
I'm going to ask you to read page 62, just to yourself, okay? Starting at line 14.
will you let me know when you get to the bottom of that page, please?
You said his page?
Pardon?
You said his page?
Yes, page 62, starting at line 14. To yourself, please.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And just so you have a chance to see that whole part, I want you to now look at the top of page 63 and read those first few lines again to yourself and let me know when you're done, please. Are you done? You shook your head yes. Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nikia. And Nikia, in your deposition, when we talked about those sexual pictures and videos, you indicated that those were seen in December of 2023, didn't you?
Yes.
Thank you, Nikia. I don't have any more questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Nikia, I'm looking at the deposition here too, and were you asked in that deposition originally when you first learned that Ken had been talking to or dating another girl?
Yes.
And is that when you said December of 2023?
Yes.
And do you remember being asked whether you ended up looking her up on Facebook?
Yes.
And was that also in 2023?
Yes.
And you also mentioned some pictures in here, seeing some pictures. That goes into the next page there, page 63, discussing these videos, right?
Yes.
Right. So you looked her up on Facebook and found out in December of 2023 that Ken had been seeing Melody. Are you sure that you saw the videos at the same time, or did you see the videos in January like you told us today?
I seen him the same day
Same day as?
in December.
Okay. Was it the same day that Melody called on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Nikia. That's all I have.
Any additional cross?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. You're excused. Could counsel approach, please? Jurors, the next witness is a longer witness. We're going to take our morning break a little bit earlier today. We'll be in recess until 10:30, and have a good break, and then we'll see you back after. Please remember the admonition I've given you throughout the case. You can all be seated. All right, we're back on the record in FECR 153477. So stay prepared to call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Megan Hoffman.
If you please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
If you'd please start by just stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Megan, M-U-G-A-N, Elizabeth, E-L-I-Z-A-B-E-T-H, Hoffman, H-O-F-F-M-A-N.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Megan.
Good morning.
First, I want to ask you a little bit of questions about yourself. How old are you?
I just turned 40 the week Mel was killed.
Welcome to the club. Although I'm almost on the 50 side of it. Where do you live?
North Liberty,
How long have you lived in North Liberty?
since February.
Where'd you live before that?
Marion,
What address in Marion did you live?
1240 South 12th Street.
And that's in Lynn County, right?
Yes.
How long did you live at 1240 South 12th Street?
It was just over a year.
While you were there, who did you live with?
Melody, my daughter.
Melody Hoffman?
Yes.
What is Melody's, what was her date of birth?
12903.
So in February of 2024, was she 20 years old?
Yes. In December of 2023, she was 20 years old.
And what were you doing for a living then back in February?
I work at a mechanical contractor as a, I do a lot of stuff there. I don't know that I have just one title, but I just celebrated my 8th year there, so I've been there for a while.
What company is that?
RMB Mechanical Contractors, or RMB Company Incorporated.
Megan, do you mind, can you move that microphone up to you a little bit or move closer if that's possible there? Just, you're good, but just to hear you a little better.
Okay.
Great, I think that's better, good. How long did you work for that company?
It was 8 years on Halloween.
You still work for them?
Yep.
But you live in North Liberty now, who do you live with?
Melody's father, TJ Tyler Hoffman. My significant other.
And so TJ's Melody's father, and you're also together with him as a,
Yes, correct.
in a relationship.
Yes.
I'd like to show you an exhibit at
Okay.
this time. It's going to be on that screen right there in front of you. It states exhibit number 10A. Do you see that? Not yet?
It's black.
Okay, sorry.
No objection.
10A is admitted.
When we get opportunity, we'd like to publish that, Judge. Okay. All right, Megan, now I'm going to ask you a few questions about Melody, okay, and have you tell us about her. First of all, can you just give us a kind of a general description of Melody's personality?
Outgoing, bubbly, lively, caring, loving, compassionate, would do anything to help anybody or animals. She volunteered at the animal shelter in Lynn County. She would typically, I specifically remember she and I were shopping at the mall, and we were walking, and some lady, and I was thinking, she was an elderly lady, and I was thinking, wow, I think that sweater, Christmas sweater, came from the 80s or 90s. It was very loud and bright and bells and glitzy and stuff, and I was like, whew. Next thing I know, Mel's walking up to that lady and says, I like your sweater. And I know I had a look on my face. Like,
Is that how,
we walked past this lady, and I go, did you really like her sweater? And Mel's like, no, I just wanted to see her smile.
Is that a pretty good description of the way Mel would interact with people?
Absolutely. Complete strangers, she didn't care.
We're going to talk a little bit more about some aspects of her personality, but first I want to ask you on or about February 17th, 2024, about kind of what she was doing in her life. So she's 20 years old. Was she going to school or anything?
No.
Had she gone to any kind of school after high school?
She went to Kirkwood for a short time. She loved it. She just didn't get the grades that were required, but she absolutely loved it.
Did she go there with any kind of purpose or any kind of major?
She wanted to go into the medical field of some kind. She wanted to, I think it was called medical assisting is what she was going into at that time.
So she didn't continue with that because of grades?
Yeah.
Was she at all planning to go back to school or just kind of going with the flow?
She was going to look into like maybe a job at a nursing home or, you know, something still in the medical field where you didn't need a higher education.
Was she working at that time?
No.
Did she hold a job or work at all either during high school or after?
No, she was just volunteering at the animal shelter.
Was there a reason that she didn't have a job?
She was on disability, and she didn't have a vehicle. She did learn how to ride the public transportation well, but we just kind of played it safe, and she didn't have to have a job, and I thought she would get great social interaction at the animal shelter.
We'll talk a little bit about the disability here in a minute too. Want to ask you, just kind of give us an idea of what her usual day was like.
So a weekday, I would get up and go to work, but I was always in constant contact with her. She'd call work, she'd call my cell phone, or she'd just send me text messages. I'd ask her, hey, are you up yet? Yeah, I just had cereal for breakfast. Or so she'd get up, do cereal, whatever for breakfast. I can say that I never had to clean our apartment because she did. She loved to clean. Sometimes a little too much. I came home one time and the cupboards were all cleaned out and they looked fabulous, but the food cupboard I noticed was missing a lot of stuff, and I said, what happened to the macaroni and cheese? I threw it away, I don't like it. And I'm like, oh, well then. But
So she'd clean and also make some menu choices.
yes.
So what kind of week would she have then? So during the workday, you know, you're at work, she stays at home. Did she do anything socially at the time? Or?
She was helping my mom and her step-grandpa out a lot. They only live a mile away from us. Mom has chronic hip issues, back issues. Phil also has back issues. So she'd hop on the city bus and go over to their house and help them out. On Wednesdays, there would be they always called it going to coffee with the boys and going up to see what would be my step niece and nephew and hanging out with the little kids and stuff on Wednesdays.
So you mentioned earlier that she was on disability. Can you tell us what kind of disability she had been diagnosed with?
She had a mild intellectual disability.
Tell us what that means.
So instead of her being able to process everything at what you would think a 20-year-old would be able to process stuff, it was more like she processed it at a 14 or 15-year-old's ability. Sometimes I would just have to rephrase things so that way, like, she would understand, you know, if somebody was trying to tell her something or whatever, I could assist, and then she would eventually, like, fully understand stuff. You just had to maybe word something a little less precise or change it just a little bit.
So I have a 14-year-old, and sometimes you have to, you realize maybe you're talking a little bit too adult to them.
Yes.
You have to kind of put things in more simpler terms so they understand.
Right.
Okay. My 14-year-old literal sometimes, so I'll say something that an adult would understand as maybe making a metaphor or something, but they'll look at you like, what are you talking about? Something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. And after you're able to describe things to her in these terms, was she generally able to understand and be able
Yes.
to function then?
Yeah.
Did that mild intellectual disability then also prevent her from, being able to maybe have certain jobs, get certain jobs?
Yeah, I would think so, that, some people maybe wouldn't be as understanding, and definitely holding a higher position in a company would be very difficult.
Because of Melody's disability, did she also have difficulties sometimes understanding social situations and relationships compared to maybe women her natural age?
I would think so. She would come talk to me about things just all the time. She was very open with me, and I would help her, and I think that helped her a lot. But I think that she kind of, like, they're not being your friend, they're actually picking on you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there might be occasions would she tell you a story about something and like you'd realize that maybe the people weren't being kind to her?
Yeah.
In those occasions, would you have to explain to her kind of your observation of it, and maybe
Yeah.
maybe you're taking this differently than was intended?
Yep.
Would you describe Melody as a trusting person?
Very.
Why would you describe her as a very trusting person?
I guess she had no reason not to trust people. She just trusted everybody.
Did she have a lot of people in her life, like you and other family members, that kind of maybe contributed to that?
I would think so.
And was she the type of person that would maybe put immediate trust in a stranger more than maybe someone of her natural age? Like, trust strangers more.
Yeah.
Is that something you noticed her doing?
Yeah, she, like I said, at the mall, she'd just walk up to a random stranger, and it didn't matter if it was a elderly lady or a young kid, or it didn't matter who it was. It was just, she wanted everybody to be happy and feel good.
Did Melody have a cell phone?
Yes.
And so, for example, did she have passcode on that cell phone?
Yes.
Did you know what it was?
Yes.
What was it?
I can't remember the numbers exactly, but it was the room number of the hospital that her sister was born in.
Was Melody the type of person who might, if somebody would ask, might give them her passcode if she trusted him?
Yeah. She would really have to trust somebody, though, because she loved that phone.
Was Melody also in social situations or otherwise sometimes more susceptible to suggestion, maybe to do
Yeah.
things that weren't in her best interest? Can you maybe explain that?
She would be easily persuaded. I can think of a couple of times that kids at school had said, hey, why don't you do this? And she did it, and then she got in trouble. And then eventually down the line, we figured out, oh, that was suggested to you by somebody else.
So maybe she could be persuaded to do things that weren't in her best interests or were
Or that she really didn't want to do initially. She would eventually give in and do it.
Did you ever find out or determine from knowing her why it is that she was why she would agree to do things maybe that weren't in her best interest?
No. I was just thankful that we had an open line of communication and I could help her determine certain things.
Do you believe that this trusting and maybe susceptible to persuasion aspect of her personality was because of who she was as a person, her disability, or both?
Well, I never knew her without the disability, so I'm going to have to say both.
Okay, that's a good answer. Did you know Melody also to be sometimes more susceptible or more suggestible to make decisions that may actually imperil her own personal safety?
Occasionally. Wasn't a frequent thing. It was just, there was occasionally like, don't do that. That might hurt you.
Did she put herself in any dangerous situations?
I don't know about like super dangerous, just like, in the kitchen, to keep your finger away from the knife. Well, she would be like, da, da, and I'd be like, you're cutting a potato.
Yeah. So sometimes, did you see and witness her just not always ahead of in the decision-making process of looking out for herself?
Not thinking about the consequences before actions.
What did you do as her mother to try to protect her, since you weren't with her all the time, from, making decisions or being susceptible to being persuaded to do things that aren't in her best interest? What did you do to kind of help?
Again, I have to say we had a very open line of communication. We had a code word where if she sent that to me, I knew like, okay, hold on guys. What if I was at work or whatever, I would call her and be like, hey, what's up? Like, something's going on, tell me. Very trusting relationship between her and I. Also, I had a camera in my living room. I had Life 360 on her phone. I could also see she had me as emergency contacts, and there are many things that we had in place for her to see where I was and for me to see where she was.
You mentioned Life 360. So did you have the ability through your phone to sort of track her movements, where she was when she wasn't with you?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us about, we had a little testimony earlier, but can you just tell us generally how Life 360 worked for you?
Okay, Life 360 is kind of like a Google Maps app. You can see a map, you can see the location of the person. You can, if you have it up and the person's moving, you can watch them on their path of wherever they're going. It tells you, like if they're in a car, it tells you what speed they're going. I think it saves it for like, I don't pay for the subscription, so it only saves it for 24 hours or something like that. It might be a week. I can't recall off the top of my head, but only saves a small chunk of it. But yeah, if you were looking at it, you could see exactly where somebody was going. So originally when we put it on her phone, I would drop her off at her dad's house and she would get on the bus and go to school. I needed to make sure she was getting to school. So then you can set up circles, is what they're called, and if that person enters the circle, you can get a notification. So we had circles for home, for school, for grandma's house, for dad's house, and they changed. You know, we didn't need the high school one anymore, so we switched it to a different location. And you can set up alerts when they come and leave that location.
So did you have one of these circles around your house then back in February? So with that, would Life 360 then notify you if she moved outside of the circle so you knew she was leaving? Okay. And then on the other side of it would notify you if she's close?
Yes.
You mentioned you installed cameras in your house. Can you tell us about those?
There was one camera in my living room sitting right on top of the TV.
So you said one?
So we had like the Alexa, I don't know what they're called. They had cameras, but I didn't have them going. I had a Blink camera in my living room at all times.
And so you had the camera that was in your house. So through what company did you have that? What kind of camera is that?
Blink.
Did you have an app on your phone where you could also access that camera to, you know, like watch her when she was at home and stuff?
Yeah.
When you were at work, would you frequently check to see where she was at and if she was home, things like that?
I had it set up so I would get the notification if she left home. And if she left home, I'd be like, hey, where are you going? I'm going to grandma's house.
Okay.
Something like that.
Were you a helicopter parent?
Do I have to answer that?
No. It's okay. A lot of us.
I tried to give her privacy, but I also tried to keep her secure and safe.
Tell us about her friendships back in February of 2024. Did she have a lot of friends?
No. A couple people that she talked to from like high school and middle school and stuff, and they'd all group chat, and so I'd be listening. It sounded like a bunch of junior high kids on speakerphone, and so she would, you know, talk to all of these kids, and everything was on speakerphone. So I was like, okay, I'm going to go in the other room, because have you ever listened to a room full of junior high kids?
Yeah, you bet. So did she see those friends very often, or was that just
No.
kind of chatting?
Just over the phone.
When she left high school, did some of these friends kind of like go off to college, get
Yeah.
jobs, things like that?
Yeah, most of them went off to college.
And when they did that, Melody was, like you said, she was still home with you, sort of.
Yeah, she went to Kirkwood right out of high school for a semester. I can't remember how long it was for sure. So she was doing that stuff too, but afterwards, all of her friends were still in college, and so then that's when she was more at home, and we were trying to get her into more volunteering things like the Lynn County Animal Shelter, and at that time my mom was having some serious hip problems, and she ended up having a hip replacement. So Mel was very helpful during that whole period.
So you did what you needed to do to hopefully just keep her busy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So moving from the friends, to your knowledge, did she have anybody that would be considered an enemy or somebody that she had a conflict with?
Nobody. I don't know of any enemies.
What about young men? Was she interested in young men?
She was a 20-year-old female. Yes.
Can 20-year-old females still be boy crazy?
Absolutely.
Oh, God.
You got a ways to go.
Well, describe that. What do you mean? How would she be? How did she show her interest in men? Was she meeting men, or?
No. I know that she was on like dating app or dating website or something, and she'd be like, "Mom, look at this guy. He's really cute." And this was prior to October. Mom, this guy has a nice car. Like, I don't know. It's just.
So she talked to some of these men online and stuff?
I would assume so. Just a chat. Nobody ever, as far as I know, she didn't meet anybody other than the defendant in person.
So prior to meeting the defendant, did she have any other boyfriends?
Just a couple little ones in high school, but they weren't serious, or they were probably just somebody to go to homecoming with, or, it wasn't, no super serious relationships.
Was the defendant her first real boyfriend?
That I'm aware of.
Okay. Did she have social media accounts?
Yes.
Okay, what social media accounts did she have?
TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook. That's what I got.
Okay. And you let her use those accounts, and
Yep.
like most other people her age have something along those lines.
Yep. For the most part, I had all the username and passwords. I could log in whenever I wanted. And
Did she ever make multiple accounts?
I do know of one time that she did make a multiple account.
Okay.
Made one of, I don't even know what the name was, but she was not able to express her feelings face to face or even as herself to her grandfather, and she made an account, and she let him know how she was feeling.
Okay. So this was an account under a different name she did once to do this? So going to February 17th of 2024, prior to that time, you mentioned that Melody and the defendant became an item. Can you tell us, to the best of your recollection, when she met the defendant?
Towards the end of October of 2023.
And when did you meet him?
Probably about the same time. Just a few days later or something.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
I'm sorry.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay, just identify him for us if you could.
McKinley Louisma.
In the blue shirt next to his attorneys?
Yes.
May the record reflect a witness identified defendant, Your Honor.
It will.
Was there a time when the relationship between Melody and the defendant got to the point where he would actually stay at your house?
Yes.
Would he
Very
stay overnight?
Yes, very frequently.
Do you know how they met?
I would assume online.
Can you tell us what impression you had of the defendant when you first met him?
He was very polite, very helpful. We sat down and I laid down my ground rules for being in my home. They weren't just for him, they were for both of them. After a while, like, he would go grocery shopping with us. He would go to the laundromat and help carry the laundry. We would go out to eat.
How did their relationship proceed then from that beginning and at the end of October, kind of over the next couple of months?
I'm sorry, can you
How
repeat?
did their relationship proceed then?
It appeared to be very good, and like they were together all the time, and I never seen an argument or a fight or a nothing like that. It was like caring, and when I got home, the supper would be made, or they would be working on it, and I'd be like, okay guys, you're not gonna go hang out in the other room. I've been gone all day. Get out here and hang out with me. Let's watch a movie. Let's play Uno. Let's I don't know how many games of Uno we played, but Melody loved Uno.
So when did he begin staying regularly at your residence?
It was probably in November.
Did it seem like they were moving a little fast?
Yeah.
You kind of explained a little bit to us, but at this point in time, would you say you got along with them?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
On the other side of this, he also had some parents in town, right?
Yes.
Okay. And would Melody ever go stay the night over at his house, at his parents' house?
I was aware of one time that she stayed over there, or I can recall one time that she stayed over there. I can't remember right now if there was more than one, but in my lease, it said I couldn't have visitors longer than 7 days, and he'd been there for 7 days. So I was like, okay, you need to go spend time with your parents. You're going to break my lease. Go spend time with your family, and then you can come back. And Mel's like, well, can I go stay with him too? And I was like, yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. So they went and spent the night over there and came back the next day.
To your knowledge, did she ever spend the night at his house without telling you?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have the type of relationship with her that if she were to go spend the night somewhere else, that she'd let you know?
Yes.
If she would go spend the night at his house or anywhere, would she bring anything with her usually?
At least her purse.
Did Melody buy things for the defendant?
Yes.
What kind of things?
She bought or had me purchase for her bracelets off of Amazon, a his and hers bracelet.
What's that?
I think hers bracelet was a white beaded bracelet, and it had a queen's crown on it. And then I think the other one was a black beaded bracelet, and it had a king's crown on it.
You remember how much that was?
I don't off the top of my head. $20 or something.
Anything else you're aware of that she bought for him?
Probably pop and food and stuff at the gas station. I always told them that they were welcome to eat anything in the house, and they could have anything in there.
And were those things that you would pay for then, that she would buy for him, or she would do with her own money?
I kept track of her money, but if she asked me and told me what she was going to go buy, with it, I'd be like, okay, you can have your $20. But I wouldn't give her all disability money, because she did help pay bills in the house too. So I wouldn't just hand that over to her, but I would give her money if she requested it.
To your knowledge, did she ever buy him a phone?
Not to my knowledge.
Is that something she'd be able to afford?
No.
What happened to their relationship?
I'm not entirely sure, other than he just, I don't know if it was just bluntly lying to her. He would, and she had many phone conversations on speakerphone, not with just him, but everybody. And I would hear him say, "I'll be there in 5 minutes." 2 hours later, he was nowhere to be found.
Did that happen? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
And that happened more and more and more frequently over time, to the point that I was like, okay, I'm tired of seeing this happen. He's playing games. Just, we need to separate for a while. You guys can still be friends. Just give each other a little space and a little time. And I don't know what's going on. I knew he had a lot going on. I knew of a possible baby, and he wanted to be in that child's life and help take care of it. I respect that. And I always would tell her, don't make his problems your problems. You have your own problems. He has his own problems. Don't make his problems your problems. And after me sitting for nights on end consoling her because he didn't show up again, that's when I was like, okay, you make the decision, but this is what I see.
Approximately when did that start happening, that he basically would ghost her? That he'd say he was coming over and then not show up?
So now looking back, I don't recall like the first time that it happened, because it was so vague and like, oh, well, he got busy. Okay. I didn't think twice about it, but December, in December sometime, and then it just got worse and worse into the very beginning part of January, maybe even.
And did they end up breaking up?
Yes.
And who broke up with who?
I'm pretty sure she broke up with him.
You remember what day they broke up?
Prior to the 7th.
Prior to the 7th of January?
Yes.
Based on your observations, at least, did the breakup appear to be amicable?
Yeah.
Do you recall making an arrangement with him to come pick up some of his property from your residence?
Yes.
Was there some tension around that?
There was.
What kind of tension?
I would say your typical, like, high school breakup. No, I'm not giving you your stuff back. No, I'm not giving you your stuff back. And, like, I'm going to throw away all your stuff. No, we're going to be adults here. Neither one's going to throw away each other's stuff. I'll be the middleman. Give me all of his stuff. You give me all of her stuff. And I will swap it.
Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness state's exhibit number 10K.
I have right displayed.
Do you see state's exhibit number 10K, Megan?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
And what is this?
A text message over, not text message, Facebook Messenger messages between myself and McKinley.
Is this a conversation between you and the defendant regarding the, like at the end of the relationship between
Yes.
he and Melody, and then arranging for him to come pick up the property?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of that conversation?
Yes.
Move to enter states 10K, Your Honor.
Any objection to 10K?
No, Your Honor.
10K is admitted.
And publish that when we get a chance, Your Honor. We'd like to publish that, please.
Now publishing.
Thank you. So, Megan, when we're looking at this exhibit here, states number 10K, I guess so we know what we're looking at here at the top, there's the letters KXNG. Who's that?
McKinley.
And so does this show that you're talking in this Facebook Messenger conversation with McKinley Louisma's Facebook profile?
Yes.
And right here in the kind of blue background here, bluish purple, is this you?
Yes.
Okay, can you just read for us what you're telling them? And slowly, if you could.
I'm sorry, this screen up here is, I can't see the end of it at all.
Okay, I didn't realize that. Are you able to read it from up here at all? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know you have a lot going on and that you need to figure out. I've told her that multiple times. The thing that makes me mad is when I hear you say you'll be here, or you will be back, or I'm sorry, you'll be back, and then you don't show up. I agree, you two can be friends, but give it time. Get your issues under control first, and then you can work on friendships. And then I said, send me some kind of receipt of what she owes you, showing where it was spent and how much, and I can send you the payment back over Facebook Pay. That's the only app I had at the time. I plan on sleeping in tomorrow. I can text you when I get up and let you know that I have gathered all of your stuff and I am ready for you to come get it. I'm guessing it'll be around 2 p.m., but I'm not for sure. Do you have anything of hers that you need to return?
Okay, and then we see his response here, and on the exhibit, does he say just her portable charger she lent me, that's all I have for her, and okay?
Yes.
All right. And then going down to the next sort of screenshot here, what did you ask him then?
Do you have her jacket still?
And then does he respond, no, she has that, you don't need to pay anything, that's fine, that can be replaced, well, y'all have a good night?
Yes.
Okay. And then how do you respond?
You too.
And then what do you tell him?
If you ever need any advice, you can always send me a message on here. I will be happy to help. Take care.
And then we see on this exhibit here, January 7th, 2024 at 1:32 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that the day that the defendant came to pick up his property?
Yes.
And what do you tell him on that day at 1:32 p.m.?
I have your stuff ready. Or, I'm sorry, I have your stuff for you.
And does he respond, okay, thank you, am allowed to come get them right now?
I think so, but I can't see the bottom of the screen again.
Oh, okay, yeah. There's TV there. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And then what do you say in response to that?
So after his response, yeah, I'm here. Please bring Mel's charger with you. Let me know when you get here and I'll bring it down.
Thank you. I think that's it for this exhibit for now here. So, did McKinley Louisma then come over on January 7th, 2024 and pick up this property that you arranged for him to pick up?
Yes.
And based at least on your presence there at that time, did anything happen that it resulted in a conflict or anything at that time?
No.
But there had been some previous back and forth about, I'll throw this away or that away, and you owe me this, and things like that.
Yeah.
Was that between Melody and the defendant?
Yeah. Melody didn't see the defendant on that day.
And just to kind of touch on something we talked about earlier, on or about this January 7th, 2024 day, to your knowledge, was Melody spending any substantial time with anybody else?
No.
And did she have any other boyfriends? Did she have any enemies?
No.
On or about that day, when the defendant and Melody had broken up and there was this arrangement for him to come pick up his property that involved that previous tension and whatnot. Do you recall Melody receiving a concerning text message?
Yes.
At that time, were you able to determine who that text message was from?
Not positively.
Like, did it have a number that you recognized?
No.
Did the text message include what appeared to be a specific reference to Melody?
Possibly.
To your knowledge, Megan, was Melody's phone number generally available to the public, to anybody who doesn't know her?
I don't think so.
I want to show you then, if I could, what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 10H.
Okay. I can see all of that one.
Okay. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 10H?
I do.
Does this contain that text message that Melody received on or about January 7th of 2024 on her cell phone?
Yes.
And was that sent to her cell phone number?
I'm not sure.
The message?
When I seen it, it was on an iPad, and I know that she had the iPad and her cell phone linked, and they could get messages intertwined, but I'm pretty sure it was sent to her phone, because I was also able to see it on her phone.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the way that message read when you saw it on her iPad that was connected to her phone?
Yes.
Move to enter State's Exhibit number 10H.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we object to the admission of 10H. We stand on a prior record made.
The objection's overruled for the same reasons stated in the court's earlier rulings on motions in limine. 10H is admitted.
We'd like to publish that when we have a chance, Your Honor.
And H is published now.
Okay, Megan, we're looking at State's Exhibit number 10H. Is this then the message that Melody received?
Yes.
Was this, based on your observation of Melody, did she appear to be alarmed by this?
Yeah.
Were you?
Yes, very.
And for the record here, this message, I hate to do this to you, but can you read it?
Yep. Just know that you're a dead girl. Don't worry, when you least expect it, we're going to get you and get you. Call the cops if you want. They're not going to protect you. All the time, you retarded ass bitch. I hate you and I hope you. You and your family ain't safe. Bitch boy, on GD, we finna to make it red and paint your whole house red.
When you received this message, did you report it?
Absolutely.
To who?
The Marion Police Department.
And did the Marion Police Department then take a report from you on that?
Yes, they came to the house that night.
As a result of this message, before February 17th of 2024, did you ever figure out where this message came from?
I had a good idea where it came from immediately.
Under the circumstances present in Melody's life at that time, and based on the things we talked about, what opinion did you have about where it came from?
I do believe it came
Your
from
Honor,
the
objection.
defendant.
This calls for speculation.
Sustained. And the jury will disregard the prior answer.
Was there anybody other than the defendant in Melody's life that you believe could have sent this?
Objection, Your Honor. It calls for speculation.
Overruled.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, we can take that down now, Judge.
Is it?
Well, we can take that down now. I'm going to ask some more
sorry.
questions. And just to clarify here, on what day did you get that message?
January 7th.
That was the same day as the exchange of property with Mr. Louisma?
It absolutely was.
Did you see anybody with Mr. Louisma that day?
Yes, I did not make out a face. It was a white male, red hoodie. It was January, so I could see his hand. He appeared to have longer arms, and the white hoodie. I was standing in our yard at the time, which kind of went up from the road, so I was more looking at the top of the car, but I did see an arm.
Did you recognize the person?
No.
Did this message come to Melody before or after the defendant had been there?
After. The defendant was there about 1:30, 2 o'clock. Message came in about 8:30 at night.
What emotional impact, if any, did you see this have on Melody?
She was visibly scared. We went and stayed in North Liberty at her dad's house for at least a week. We packed up all of our stuff that night that we needed, and we left about 11 o'clock and went and stayed in North Liberty.
So the defendant and Melody had broken up, and he had picked up his property as of January 7th. To your knowledge, did Melody still continue to have some contact with the defendant after that day?
I think for a while they completely just stopped talking, but I do know that they started talking again, and she was open with me and let me know. At that time, it wasn't boyfriend, girlfriend, it was just friendly chat.
Based on your knowledge, of Melody as a person and the close relationship you have with her, were you able to tell whether she still had feelings for him?
Oh yeah, she did.
Did she tell you that?
Yes.
Did she ever express to you that she wanted to reignite the relationship or get back together with him?
Not in those words, but yeah.
Were you present at any time when the defendant made contact with Melody?
Can you rephrase that? I'm sorry.
Did you actually witness or hear the defendant and Melody talking?
Yes.
When was the last time that they talked?
Well, I do believe on the night of the 17th, but when the last time I remember her talking with him on speakerphone was the night of the 16th, Friday night.
Okay. So as of Friday the 16th, you knew that they were still talking?
I knew that they had started talking again.
Let's go to the day of February 17th into the night.
Okay.
Can you tell us what you and Melody did that day?
We got up, had breakfast. We went to Sam's. They have these chicken tacos that Melody really liked. Then we went to Aldi and got groceries. We went to Starbucks. That was her absolute favorite place. Then we went back home, put all of our groceries away.
Okay, about what time did you get home from the grocery store there?
I don't recall the exact time, but if I had to guess, it was probably 6. I'm not an early riser. I like to sleep in.
So after about 6 p.m. then, what did you and Melody do?
I made supper, and She laid on the couch for a little while. Her hip was hurting. We just chilled for a little bit, and then I was like, hey, the couch isn't comfortable for both of us to lay on it, so why don't you come lay on my bed and we'll watch a movie. So we went in there and laid on the bed and watched a movie.
So about what time was it then, when the movie, we were watching the movie, or when the movie ended?
The movie ended right about probably 11:15.
Then what did you do?
I stayed in bed, and I was just, messing on my phone or watching TikToks or, something like that.
At some point in time, were you made aware that Melody had left the residence?
Yep.
How were you made aware of that?
The Life 360 app went off when she left the circle.
So you were notified by the circle that we talked about earlier?
Yes. And that's a diameter that I had shrunk way down, just really close to our house.
Were you able to determine what time she left the residence?
I think it was 11:27 p.m.
We'd like to present to the witness State's Exhibit 10J.
Tell me when you're ready. We're ready, Judge. And do you recognize State's Exhibit J?
Yes.
What is that?
It is a screenshot of the Blink app that had my camera in the living room on it.
Does this depict what time she left the house?
Yes. However, she's not outside of the circle at this time, so there's a couple minutes different.
What time does it show that?
She's
the screenshot?
walking towards the door at 11:24 p.m.
Okay. Move to enter State's Exhibit number 10J, Your Honor.
Any objection to 10J?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 10J is admitted.
And we'd like to publish that too, Your Honor.
10J is now published.
Okay, Megan, this is State's 10J that you just described for us. What's depicted up in the little black and white photograph there?
That's Melody. It's kind of blurry because it's in motion. It's a picture of a video. She's walking towards the front door, going to put her shoes on, I would assume.
And then Castle de la Hoffman, is that what you call your house?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this is this that clip from your Blink camera system then?
Yes.
Okay. Did you also, or did the Blink camera system also capture a video of that?
Yes.
Okay. And was that video also turned over, or did you allow the police to have access to that?
Yes.
Which one is that? Megan, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10J1.
Okay.
Now, is that contained in the video of the link cameras? Is that turned over to the police?
Yes, I turned it over to the police.
And this has been provided to the defense in this case. We move to enter State's Exhibit 10J1.
Any objection to 10J1?
No, Your Honor.
10J1 is admitted.
And we'd like to publish that too, Your Honor.
Tell me when you're ready.
We're ready, Judge.
Publishing 10J1.
On this video, Megan, we saw something in Melody's hand, right?
Yeah.
And based upon your interaction with her, living with her, watching her in this video, what was in her hand?
Her phone.
And we also saw some flashing there.
Yep.
And based upon your knowledge of her phone, living with her, things like that, what does that flashing indicate in your experience?
Somebody's talking to her. She's getting a message.
So Melody's phone would flash like that when she'd be giving an incoming message?
Yeah.
Would it also do that if there was an incoming call?
Yeah.
I'm going to jump ahead just a little bit here for the purpose of a question or two. Did you ultimately recover her phone?
I did.
Were you able to, did you look at her phone?
I did.
Because you had her passcode and all that, right?
Correct.
Were you able to locate any kind of incoming phone calls or text messages or any other kind of electronic messages on her phone?
No.
Even though we saw the flashing and whatnot, you
Right.
weren't able to find that?
No.
What was Melody wearing when you last saw her?
She had black leggings on, and she had a peached long sleeve, like t-shirt material shirt on, had pastel color Iowa Hawkeye logo on the back. Her hair was straight down. Probably had some white Nike socks on. I don't know if she still had those on or not, but
What about footwear?
Hey Dude shoes. Kind of a light pinkish, reddish color, peach maybe. I don't know how to describe them.
In that video, if it appeared like she didn't have black leggings on, where would she have gotten those from?
If she didn't have black leggings on,
Yeah, is there an area in there where she could get some clothing at all?
in that little area we see her go into,
Yeah.
that's the front door.
Okay.
I think it appears that she doesn't have black leggings on because of the night vision of the camera.
So even though you don't see the black leggings, the night vision of the camera would not necessarily show that?
Distorted a little. Anybody that knows Melody knows that she always had black leggings on.
Okay. All right. So you got the notification from Life 360 that she had left the circle there. We just saw her on the Blink camera footage leave. Now, you said you were in your bed, maybe on your phone. You just got done watching a movie. Did you reach out to her after she left and you got that notification?
I did.
How'd you reach out to her?
I sent her a message. I can't recall which device or which, if it was Facebook Messenger or Snapchat. And I said, "Are you kidding me right now?" Because we had just made plans to get up early and go to Grandma's house or great grandma's house, and it was 11:30 at night. And I was like, "We're not going to get up early if you're staying up all night."
You thought you were done for the night, and here she is leaving.
Yeah.
We'd like to show the witness states exhibits B1 and B2, Your Honor.
Tell me when you're ready.
We're ready, Your Honor.
Counsel, I'm sorry, what were those numbers?
Maybe I said it wrong. 10B is in boy 1, B2.
Thank you.
They're up.
Do you see those?
I do.
Do you recognize states exhibits B1 and B2?
I do.
Okay. And what does this depict?
My messages to her.
Now that you see these, are you able to say how you sent these to her, like through what medium?
Text message.
Just a regular
It's
old...
just regular old text message.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the text conversation you had with Melody after you got the notification that she left the residence?
It's an exact screenshot of it.
Move to enter states exhibits 10B1 and B2.
Any objection to 10B1 and 10B2?
No, Your Honor.
10B1 and 10B2 are admitted.
I think we're ready to publish those, Judge, when you are.
Publishing now.
So, Megan, this is States Exhibit 10B1. It's pretty tiny up on the top there, but is that what it's labeled as?
Yes.
Okay. And on 10B1 here, we see that the title of this conversation here is Melody. So that's you talking to Melody?
Yep.
Is this on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And so you told us a little bit ago that your first message to her was, "Are you kidding me right now?" So are you in the white bubble and then she's in the orange bubble?
Correct.
All right. So let's go through this here. So again, could you just repeat to us what you said to her?
Okay. Are you kidding me right now?
And then did she say, "I'll be back"?
She did.
Okay. And then what did you say next?
When? Got your keys?
And in response to that, did she say, "I didn't unlock it"?
Yes.
What was she talking about?
She meant I didn't lock it.
Okay. So she meant she didn't lock the door?
She didn't lock the door.
Okay. And then what do you say in response to that?
I said, "It's locked now. Text me when you want in."
And did she respond, "Okay"?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
Better not be too late. I'm not staying up much longer.
Okay. And then I think we go on to state B2 here. All right. And so in response to you saying you're not going to be up much longer, how did she respond?
IK.
What does that mean?
I know.
And then what do you say in response to that?
Don't you dare lose your ring.
That's about 14 minutes later, right?
Yep.
Is that just something you thought about?
There's a long history with the class ring.
Okay. All right. Has it been lost before
Yes.
and found?
No.
Oh,
Replaced.
replaced. Okay. That had to be pretty expensive.
Yes.
Okay. So you're telling her not to lose her ring, and then what'd she say in response to that?
I know, Mom.
Okay. And then at 11:47 p.m., what do you say to her?
Around what time are you coming home?
And how does she respond at 11:47 p.m.?
I don't know, Mom. I'll let you know.
And then, we'll get to this later, but what's the next entry?
An Apple SOS message, an automatic message sent to 4 of her chosen recipients.
Does that message indicate a crash?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So as we discussed earlier, were you able to track Melody's location then as she was sort of moving about
Yes.
town for a while that night when she wasn't with you?
Yep,
Okay. And did you do that through the Life 360 app?
I did.
And you already explained to us kind of how that works, about leaving the circle and things like that, but are you able to continue to watch, where she's going?
Yes.
And so basically you're watching her phone, but her phone's with her, so you're watching her?
Yeah.
As you continue to track her location through the Life 360, where did you see that she ended up going first?
Towards Morgan Creek Park.
And just for the record, is Morgan Creek Park in Lynn County?
I do believe so.
Okay. All right, and then as you watched her and she went to Morgan Creek Park, where did she go next, or where did her phone and her go?
Over by the Cherry Hill Park area.
All right, so she goes to Morgan Creek, and she goes to Cherry Hill, and then where does she go?
It kind of does a little jump, which was like it was catching up with itself or something, and so there's a weird line, but it puts them back on the road coming back towards Marion, towards our house.
So did she go to Morgan Creek, Cherry Hill? Did you recall she went back to Morgan Creek?
I don't recall. I think you have to go towards Morgan Creek a little bit to get back on the roads that they would use to come back to Marion.
I'd like to present to the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 17AA for identification purposes.
Are you ready?
Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 17AA?
I do.
What is that?
Screenshot of my phone of Life 360.
And on this screenshot of your phone, is this a screenshot of Life 360 of you tracking Melody's movements that night?
It is.
Is this something you turned over to law enforcement in this case?
It is.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the screenshot from Life 60 that you took of Melody's movements on or about 12 o'clock a.m. on February 18th?
It is.
Move to enter State's 17AA, Your Honor.
Any objection to 17AA?
No, Your Honor.
17AA is admitted.
We'd like to publish that when you have a chance, Your Honor.
Publish now.
So let's talk about what we're looking at here in this screenshot, Megan. First, on the top it says 9-mile trip, and 1 a.m. to 1, is that 1:01? What's that mean?
It's showing a starting point and an ending point, and I don't know if the app was struggling or whatever. It has obviously drawn a straight line, and you can't drive that, but it's an ending point and a starting point of what her location was.
Does that show potentially a line between approximately where Morgan Creek Park is and then up into the Marion area?
It does.
Okay, 'cause could this be like an overall indication of what Life 360 captured as her overall trip?
It shows the starting point and the ending point of her trip.
Okay. And then we go down to this address of 7212 E Avenue Northwest, Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Is that Morgan Creek Park?
I'm not sure what their address is.
Right beneath it, it does show Morgan Creek Park, is that right?
It does.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that's not the address of Morgan Creek Park?
I have no reason to believe that.
And so, at that point in time, then, it indicates a 2-mile trip and then has some lines on a Google map. You see that?
Yep.
Okay. Does that show a starting point for that 2-mile trip? Or at least what area the 2-mile trip covered?
It does.
Based on your knowledge of the Life 360 app, does this show that between 11:56 p.m. and 12:02 a.m. Melody was traveling from that Morgan Creek Park location to another location, potentially back again?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And that other location, which is kind of on the bottom right area where the triangle's pointing, are you familiar with what's in that area?
I think it's the Cherry Hill Park area.
So based on your knowledge of Life 360, does that show that she was in the Morgan Creek and Cherry Hill Park area between 11:56 p.m. and 12:02?
I would be comfortable saying that.
And based upon, what, if anything, did you find significant about Melody traveling to the area of Morgan Creek and Cherry Hill Park in terms of who she may be with?
I had witnessed her in the past travel about that same route, and I knew it was because the defendant's family had a home over there in that neighborhood.
So did you know that the defendant's family lived near the area of Cherry Hill Park, Morgan Creek Park, in that area?
I did.
Did that lead you to believe that she was likely with the defendant?
I did.
Did you kind of have the feeling she was anyway?
Yes.
On a previous occasion, did you have knowledge that Melody and the defendant had went to Morgan Creek Park together?
Yes.
And what happened when they went to Morgan Creek Park?
They picked up a stray cat and brought it home.
Okay. Did this stray cat become a part of your family?
No. She would have liked it to be.
Is that kind of thing that Melody would do?
Absolutely.
So you knew before this date that she and Mr. Louisma had been to Morgan Creek Park and that he lived in that area?
Yes.
In addition to your feeling and Morgan Creek Park and that history with that, would there have been, based on your knowledge of Melody, anybody else that she would have been with late at night?
No.
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right, jurors, we're at the noon hour, so we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll be in recess until 1:30. Please remember the admonition I've given you throughout the case. Have a good lunch, and we'll see you back at 1:30.
Yeah. Like, I can't read anything off of that.
You can all be seated. All right, we're back on the record in FECR 153477. Welcome back. So when we left off, the state was conducting its direct examination of Ms. Hoffman. Ms. Hoffman, you're still under oath, and Mr. Maybanks, you can continue your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Megan, a couple questions before we go back to where we left off here.
Okay.
What kind of vehicle did you know the defendant to drive at the time this all happened in February of 2024?
It was a little bit older, dark blue Honda, I think, Accord.
Okay. And because I don't know that we got an answer for the record here, I asked you before the lunch break whether you, to your knowledge, Melody had any other boyfriends at the time that message was sent back on January 7th.
No, she did not.
So we're going to pick back up here with some exhibits, and I'm going to ask to show the witness State's Exhibit number 10E2 for identification. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And Megan, what is depicted in State's Exhibit 10E2?
It is a picture of Melody's phone laying on something, a table or something. And she has, it appears to be, there's a map showing. I can't decipher what app it is, but.
And did you have a chance to, look at Melody's phone once you recovered it?
I did a little bit.
How do you know this is Melody's phone?
Her picture is on this map as her little, I don't know what that's called, icon. I do believe this is like 360, but I can't tell because of this broken monitor.
Move to Interstates 10E2, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 10E2 is admitted.
Permission to publish.
Publishing now.
Okay, Megan, now we're looking at State's Exhibit 10E2 here. Is this the picture of Melody's phone that you were just describing for us?
Yes.
And you said this looks like it might be some kind of map app or function in her phone.
Yes.
Are you able to recognize what app this is?
I am not an Apple user. I'm an Android user, so they look a little different from device to device. But
Right about in the bottom middle there, it says search maps on that, right?
I can't see it. Oh, search maps. Okay.
Did Melody have an iPhone?
She did.
Okay. Does this look like the map function on the iPhone? Potentially?
Yeah.
Now, this has an indication on a Morgan Creek Park. So what did that tell you when looking at this exhibit?
That she was near Morgan Creek Park or had been there recently, or I'm not.
And
Not
is this,
100% sure,
is
but-
this what came up on her phone as far as the map function when you would tap on it?
I'm not sure that I tapped on it that night. I was more trying to figure out who she was with. Because I had all the map locations on my phone from the Life 360 and the other things.
Okay, thank you, Megan. Appreciate it. Moving on, then, I think we were talking before the break about you watching her path of travel. Then we had the exhibit from Life 360 that showed that she went to Morgan Creek, Cherry Hill, Morgan Creek, and that kind of loop, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so after being in the area of Morgan Creek, were you able to watch and track where she moved from there, where her phone moved?
Came back to Marion.
And do you remember what location of Marion it came back to?
Close to our apartment, but an apartment complex a little bit away from us.
You remember what street that was on?
Can't recall the street name.
Is there a street near your apartment complex called Meadowview Drive?
Yes, yes, right off of East Post Road.
And is there an apartment complex in approximately the 1400 block of Meadowview Road?
Yes,
Sorry, Meadowview Drive is what I meant.
yes,
And is that the location where you saw then her phone and presumably her then proceed to?
yes.
You kind of touched on it, but why is that the 1400 block of Meadowview Road Drive and the apartment complex, why is that significant? How close is that to your house?
A couple blocks, a block. The size of the blocks over there are strange, so.
So she's, at this point in time, she's about a couple blocks away from your house.
Yeah,
And based on your then watching her location and movement at that time, did she stay, or did it appear that her phone had stayed in that area for some period of time?
yes.
Did she make contact with you at that time, or did you make contact with her?
Yes.
And do you remember how she reached out to you?
I think it was via Snapchat.
Now, previously in the evening, you had spoken via text,
Yep,
messaged via text, right?
correct.
But this message came in Snapchat?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately what time this conversation with Melody via Snapchat occurred?
What time it started? Probably around the 1 o'clock hour, maybe a few minutes after.
Here I'd like to present to the witness states exhibits C1 through C4.
Counsel, is that the correct number?
Yeah, 10C1. Sorry, I forgot the 10 in front of it. Yeah. You see that?
I do.
Megan? Okay. And do you recognize what's contained in states exhibits 10C1 through 10C4?
Yep,
Is this screenshots of your conversation that you had with, who you believe to be Megan on Snap or Melody on Snapchat?
I do believe it was Melody on Snapchat.
Move to enter states C1 through C4.
Is that 10C?
10C1 through 10C4.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
10C1 through 10C4 are admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Publishing now.
Before we get into these messages, I want to ask you, Megan, while you were talking with her, were you still confirming her location, as you previously noted, at being on the apartment complex on Meadowview Drive?
I was.
So starting here, this appears to be a screenshot where the conversation is taking place between Mel, the only one that matters. Tell us about that.
My child is the only one that matters.
Is that what you called her on Snapchat?
It was.
And then that conversation took place between you and then Mel.
Yeah.
So on here where it says me, that's you?
Correct.
You okay?
I am.
Okay. So it starts with Mel saying, "I'm on my way." See that?
I do.
Okay. And what did you say then after that?
Correction, I am the one. Wait, I'm sorry. Okay, she said, I am on my way. I said, all right.
And then she says, "Can you leave the door unlocked for me?"
Turn on your location. I'll get up and open it.
That question, "Can you leave the door unlocked for me?" is that something that Mel would normally ask you?
Typically, no, because she was very responsible about making sure she had her key, and like she wouldn't have just said leave the door unlocked. She would have said, "I'm home. Come open the door."
So you say in response to that, "Turn your location on. I'll get up and open it." So what had happened at that point in time then, from where you had been watching her location to you asking her to turn it on?
Somebody shut it off.
So at some point in time, either when this conversation started or during this conversation, the location on Melody's phone turned off so you couldn't watch it anymore?
Correct.
So after you said, "I'll get up and open it," Mel says, "Okay," and then she said, "I'm down the street." What did you say in response to that?
It's open. Why are you down there?
So notably, I just want to ask, when Mel says, "I'm down the street," does she write like that usually or talk like that usually?
No.
So you ask, "Why are you down there?" And then Mel says, "Seeing a friend." And what was your response to that, if you can see it?
No.
Okay. And then I think we can go to State's Exhibit C2, or 10C2, I forget to say 10. So after you say no, then Mel says, "I'm literally coming." How do you respond to that?
Good.
And then it looks like you maybe give her some motherly-like directions there.
Absolutely.
All right. What did you tell her?
Get out of their apartment's parking lot. You will get charged with trespassing, especially at 1 a.m.
And then she says in response to that, "I'm not trespassing. We are literally just sitting in the car and talking." See that?
Yes.
And how did you respond to that?
Yeah, on their property.
Is this kind of a conversation that you might have with her, you think? Trying to explain to her?
Kind of.
And then it says, "My friend stays here. That's why." That's what it looks like Mel says here. And how do you respond to that?
The landlord won't care who the F you are or who you know. Just get your butt back here so we can go to bed. You can call and talk. Hello?
And so somewhere in there, when you say, "Get your butt back here so we can go to bed," why did you say you can call and talk? Is there a break in
'Cause
there?
Earlier, she had said that they're just sitting out and talking.
So are you telling her to call you then?
Like she can call him and talk to him
Okay, gotcha. And so why at the end here did you say hello?
because there was a huge time delay in between the responses of messages.
Normally when you're talking to Melody, does she respond pretty quickly after that?
Immediately.
When you're in a conversation?
Immediately.
Okay, and so we see the beginning of another message here, so we're going to go ahead and switch to 10C3 here. Look at that. So at the top of that, we see the continuation there of what you're telling Melody. You can call and talk and hello, and then it looks like, well, tell us what's depicted here.
It's a video. She had posted it to her story sometime before this message was sent to me. I watched it, you know, I was talking to her anyway. I seen her like listening to music, sitting in the backseat of a car. And it was that night.
So she's sending you, was this a video that was encrypted in this? Or?
Yes, it's a video.
So obviously we can't see the video portion, but this is a snapshot of what at least the title of the video looked like?
Yes.
Okay. What's it say?
Late night vibes.
So this is something you had seen earlier on her Snapchat story?
Yes.
All right. We'll go ahead and go down here, and you respond to that by telling her what?
Turn it back on.
What are you talking about?
Her location.
So the location hadn't been turned back on at that point in time.
No.
And then you said,
I already seen it.
are you talking about already seeing
The video.
And then what do you tell her?
The door is locked. Text me when you're coming in.
Now previously, it looked like that she had asked you to unlock the door. You're telling her it's locked now, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're telling her to go ahead and text you when she gets there and wants to be let inside.
Yes.
So after that, it looks like, what do you say next?
Hey,
And why are you saying that?
because there's another significant time delay and I haven't heard from her.
And then, I don't know if you can see it or not, but you say one more thing on the bottom of this one.
Hello?
Okay, now we're going to go to State's Exhibit 10C4. After you said hello, after that break, it looks like we see a missed call, or at least a couple missed calls. What's going on there?
I'm trying to get a hold of her.
For people who might not have Snapchat, is there a function you can use to call somebody on Snapchat?
You can call or video message or, yeah, it works just like a phone.
Okay. All right. And you tried to do that 3 times?
At least.
Any answer?
No.
And she didn't answer.
She didn't answer.
Okay, I think that's all we have for State's Exhibits 10C1 through 10C4 for now. Now I'm going to ask to show you another exhibit, State's Exhibit number 10E1. Do you see State's Exhibit number 10E1? Megan?
I do.
And what is that?
It's another picture of Melody's phone laying on something of the Life 360 app and one of our groups that we had.
And is this essentially a screenshot of the Life 360 app and some information on Melody's location?
Yes.
Move to enter States 10E1 and publish, Your Honor.
Any objection to 10E1?
No objection, Your Honor.
10E1 is admitted. Publishing now.
Megan, State's Exhibit number 10E1 is now published here. Is this a picture of Melody's phone in that Life 360 app?
Yes.
Or is this your phone? I'm sorry.
Nope.
It's hers?
It's hers.
Okay. And this is some kind of group you guys were in?
Yes.
All right, we got Deb and Marcella in there. Who are they?
Deb is my mom. Marcella is my grandma.
So you're all watching each other's locations, or you can track each other, right?
Yes.
And then here in the middle, it shows you at Castle de la Hoffman, right?
Correct.
And it says since 5:40 a.m. yesterday, so that just shows where you've been during this time.
That was taken Sunday afternoon because I had left and then I went back home for a little bit.
So when we
Around
say yesterday,
Oh, yeah.
this refers to, what, Sunday morning? then?
It- Yes, 5:40 Sunday morning is what, yes. That's
So then we have Melody here. And for Melody, it says location permissions off since 1:17 a.m. yesterday. What does that indicate?
somebody shut her location off at 1:17 a.m.
And that's 1:17 a.m. on Sunday morning.
Sunday morning.
And was that during the same time you were having this conversation with who you thought was Melody, at least on Snapchat?
Yes.
And this would have been that time you were addressing with Melody's Snapchat account, who you thought was Melody, the location being turned off and telling her to turn it back on.
Correct.
Back to this, okay, I think we're done with this now. Thanks, Judge. Back to this video that you saw on Snapchat, the late night vibes. Remember that?
Yes.
You said you saw that previous in the night, right?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately what time you saw it?
In the 12 o'clock hour sometime?
Was it pretty early in the night?
Yes.
If the records showed around 11:40 p.m., would you have any reason to doubt that?
Absolutely not.
Your Honor, we previously submitted as an exhibit or presented as an exhibit to the defense, State's Exhibit number 10I. It's a video. Have you had a chance to review this video before of the late night vibes?
Yes.
Okay. Did that appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the posting that Melody put on her story?
Yes.
Move to enter and publish State's number 10I, Your Honor.
Any objection to 10I?
One moment, please, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
10I is admitted. Tell me when you're ready.
We're ready when you are, Judge.
You can publish.
Niggas ain't worth my energy. Come on, make me feel it. I ain't dealing with none nigga don't make sense to me. I never ever go.
Is that the video you saw on Snapchat story?
Yes, it was.
Is that your daughter, Melody?
It is.
What's it appear she's doing there?
Singing along to a song that she don't know the words to.
Wasn't doing too bad. Is that the video you saw earlier in the night?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Your Honor. So we talked about it a little bit, but at the time you were conversing with, the Snapchat Melody there, did you have any reason at the time to believe you weren't speaking to anyone but Melody?
No.
Has that feeling changed since then?
Yes.
Why?
After reviewing it and not being worked up because I was mad that she wasn't home, that's just not how she talked. If you remember earlier on, instead of saying I know, she would say IK or abbreviate stuff, and the last set of messages were more spelled out.
So it's not the type of syntax or way that Melody would speak via text message or electronic messages?
No.
After this conversation with who you thought was Melody at the time, did you speak with her again?
No.
Moving on, what notification did you end up getting on your phone then at a later date?
She had set up for people of her choosing as an Apple SOS message that would detect an impact. So I received a text message around 3 a.m. that there was an impact detected. 3:13 a.m. to be exact.
And I think we saw a little bit of that earlier, right? When we were showing the exhibits, that it came to your text message?
Possibly, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And your recollection is that detection, that alert to you as a person selected by Melody as an emergency alert came to your phone at 3:13 a.m.?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd like to present to the witness State's Exhibit number 10D. You see State's Exhibit number 10D?
I did.
And what does that depict?
The SOS message that Apple automatically sends out once it detects a crash.
Move to enter State's Exhibit 10D, Your Honor.
Any objection to 10D?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 10D is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Publishing now.
So we're looking again at picture of this SOS message that came into your phone via text message. Is that right, Megan?
Correct.
And then the time down there says, as you testified to today, 3:13 a.m.
Yes.
And is there an indication of a location through the Apple Maps here of where Melody's phone was?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just describe to us what we're looking at here?
It's where the crash was detected. I'm not sure what their exact criteria are to say a crash was detected. It's pinpointing a location on the on-ramp to Highway 100 off of East Post Road, or off of Edgewood Road, I'm sorry.
So this is the on-ramp into Highway 100 from northbound Edgewood Road, is that correct?
Say that one more time.
So we see Edgewood Road going north,
Okay.
and then that is that the on-ramp onto Highway 100?
Correct.
When you received this message and you were able to see this location, what did you do next?
I didn't immediately react. Melody had set up Daisy, her aunt, also to receive these messages. She immediately contacted me and said that her and her husband were going out to the site to see if there was an accident.
Okay. And who's your husband?
Colby?
And so, to your knowledge, did Colby and Daisy then go out to this site to see if there was an accident out there?
Yes, they did.
What was your thought at this time when you saw this and called Colby and Daisy into action?
They actually called me saying that they were already in action, so I tried to stay at home and stay as calm as I could, knowing that they're reliable sources and they would let me know if I need to come out. And
Did Colby and Daisy then contact you?
they did.
And was that contact made while they were actively looking for this crash?
I think they had already gotten to the crash site and they called and said, there's no crash here. Again, at 3:13 a.m. or by 3:45 when they got there, very dark, very quiet, you would have definitely seen a crash.
So Colby and Daisy went out to the site. They said there was no crash out there. Are you still at home at that time?
I am.
Now, you testified earlier that you had been watching Melody's movement that night, and she had been at Morgan Creek, and Cherry Hill Park and those things like that, and that you had an idea that she may have been with the defendant, right?
Correct.
Did you reach out to the defendant?
I did,
How did you reach out to him?
via Facebook Messenger.
All right, we'd like to present to the witness State's Exhibit number 10L. You see State's Exhibit number 10L?
I do.
State's Exhibit number 10L, what does that depict?
The very first part is way back on January 7th when he's telling me that he's there to pick up his items. And I said, okay, and then I proceeded to take them out to him. The next message I sent him was February 18th at 3:39 a.m.
Okay,
Asking him.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah,
Asking him if Melody was with him.
Does this exhibit contain a fair and accurate depiction of the conversation that you ended up having with him?
Yes.
Move to enter State's Exhibit number 10L.
Any objection to 10L?
No objection, Your Honor.
10L is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Publishing now.
And so we're looking at State's Exhibit 10L here, Megan. And you indicated that January 7th, 2024 is when Mr. Louisma had picked up the property from you, and this was the end of that conversation, right?
Correct.
So it looks like the two of you didn't speak on Facebook Messenger from January 7th to February 18th?
Correct.
And then February 18th at 3:39 a.m., you're sending him a message via Facebook Messenger. Can you read that?
Yes.
Are you able to see it?
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
And so what did you send to him?
Hey, is Mel with you? I need to talk to her now.
And it looks like there's an indication of an audio call. What's that?
I tried to call him because there's a time gap in between the no, not too much of a time gap there, but I didn't get a response right away.
Okay, so at 3:39 a.m., you messaged him and you tried to call him a couple minutes later.
Correct.
And you can call on Facebook too, just like Snapchat.
Exactly.
Okay. So going down here at 3:56 a.m., does he respond to you?
Yes.
What's he say?
No, she's not with me.
And then what did you say in response to that?
Can you try and get a hold of her? I got a notification she was in a crash. Her phone called the cops too.
Did Mr. Louisma respond to that immediately?
Nope.
And then on February 18th, 2024 at 9:44 a.m., there's another entry as well. I think we can keep scrolling here.
Yeah.
What's that next entry at 9:44 a.m.?
Have you seen Mel? I still can't find her.
Now we're up to 9:44 a.m. here. At 9:44 a.m. on February 18th, 2024, obviously you hadn't found her yet, right?
Correct.
Did you know where she was still?
No.
Where were you think, when you sent that message?
Driving back into Marion.
We'll get to kind of what you did in a second here when we get done talking about these conversations. So then we jump to 10:46 a.m. and you send another message to Mr. Louisma. What'd you send?
Was Mel with you last night till about 1, then you dropped her off? I have her phone and I'm going to call the cops very soon if I don't hear from her.
So why did you ask Mr. Louisma if Mel was with him last night until about 1?
Because she was back in our neighborhood.
So that's why you chose 1 o'clock,
Yeah.
thinking that last time you saw her, or last time you had talked to her and saw her location at least,
It was like
around
1:17.
1 o'clock. And then you tell him that you have her phone and you're going to call the cops very soon if you don't hear from her. Why'd you tell him that?
Maybe if he would have relayed that to her, she would have been like, oh shit, mom's scared.
Okay. You thought maybe he could help you.
I thought if he was in contact with her and she was hiding out or something for some reason that, no, mom's being serious.
At this point in time, had you found Melody's phone?
Yes,
But you still didn't know where she was.
correct.
And then how does Mr. Louisma respond?
She wasn't with me. What's going on?
How did you respond to that?
At all? Do you have any friends that live close to us that you can check with to see if she's there?
Now, you're asking him if he has any friends that live close to us. Is that because, again, the last time you had seen her location was kind of nearby you?
Because she was at the apartment complex and I knew she didn't know anybody in the neighborhood.
How did Mr. Louisma respond to that?
No, BC, she never tells me to, whenever she tells me to come over, I tell her I'm not coming over without you knowing and you being there.
Now, when you read that, it says no BC, what's that mean?
I would guess because.
No, because whenever she tells me to come over, I tell her I'm not coming over.
Not coming over.
Okay, let's keep going in the conversation here. And then he replies, it looks like, do you have any friends that live close to us that you can check with to see if she is there? And what's he say?
I don't actually.
And then how do you respond to that?
I know you have been here. I have seen you on the camera. That's besides the point. Did you talk to her last night? Late at all?
And so that conversation with Mr. Louisma then looks like that ends around that time. That would have been started around 9:46 or so a.m. if you went back. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about what you had done up to 9:46 a.m. So we had left off with Colby and Daisy went out to try to find the accident. Didn't find an accident. You were still at home. What did you do after that?
They told me that they were going back home. And I, the uneasy mom, was like, well, maybe she set her phone on the top of the car that she was in and it fell off. Okay, I'm going to go out there. I can't sleep anyway.
Right.
So I went out there and it was around 4 o'clock in the morning. 4:30 maybe, but this time I can't really remember. Very dark, very quiet, hardly any traffic at all. So I got near that location that you've seen on the map, and I shut my car off, parked on the shoulder, turned my hazards on, and I had my window cracked a little bit because it was cold out. Car's not running, radio's not on. And so I had taken her tablet with me and I connected her iPad tablet to my hotspot. I could send the notification, like find my phone notification or send an alarm from her iPad account to her phone. So I did that. Sitting on the side of the road, I kept doing that over and over. And I was like, I think I'm hearing things. So I rolled down the windows a little bit more. And I was like, no, I definitely hear an alarm. So then I rolled my window all the way down and I was like leaning towards it. And no, there's an alarm there. There's for sure an alarm. So I get out of my car. I have my headlights on. I have my flashers on still. It's safely parked on the side of the road. And I start to walk down the on-ramp. The sound's getting louder and louder. And then pretty soon I can see a glow. And it lights up and it dims and lights up. I get up to it and it's a phone laying face down on the white striped line.
So it was actually on the roadway?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
On the enter ramp onto Highway 100.
So when you say white line, it's one of those white lines, it's kind of it marks
The-
the lane.
Yes,
Okay.
the lane marking road.
In what position was the phone in?
Face down?
Could you see the light coming from it still? Even
Yes.
though it was face down?
Yes. It was like glowing off of the white line.
So did you know then you had found Mel's phone?
Yeah.
At what time was that, you think?
Maybe 4:45.
What
very
did you
early.
notice immediately about her phone when you picked it up?
Before I ever picked it up, I noticed there was no phone case on it.
Why did that stick out to you?
I had always bought Mel's phones, and I have always threatened her that if she broke her phone, because she didn't have a phone case on it, I wasn't buying another one.
So as a mom, you're thinking automatically, no phone case.
Absolutely. She was strict about always having a phone case on because she knew I wouldn't buy another one.
So the phone was obviously still had power.
It did have power.
All right. Did you look at the phone then?
I did.
Okay. Was that when you looked for any calls or messages or anything like that, or was that later?
At first, I was very careful. The whole back of the phone was shattered. Like glass shards sticking out of it, not just dropped it on the floor. It clearly was broken really bad. I picked it up quickly, kind of scrolled. The front screen was broke a little bit, but you could still use it. You could still see. I went to like text messages. I went to Snapchat. I went to Facebook Messenger. I think I even tried Instagram. Like, I'm not an Instagram user. I have an account, but that's because she set it up. But I tried everything that I would know that she would be talking to somebody on, and there was nothing. There was stuff that I had sent to her, but that was it.
So nothing that indicated any conversations with anybody through these apps or through a text from the night of February 17th into the morning of February 18th?
Correct. I didn't see anything.
So what did you do after that?
After when?
After you found her phone?
I think I went back home to see if she showed up at home yet. I grabbed a clear phone case and stuck on her phone because she had a whole bunch of them in her room. And I didn't want the phone falling apart. And then I stayed there, tried to stay calm and see if she'd show up. And she never did. Eventually, I drove back out to the location where I found her phone to see if her phone case was out there because I thought it was really suspicious that she didn't have a phone case on her phone. It was daylight now. I drove out there, same place I found her phone. I looked around. I even went like, the on-ramps kind of merge weird right in that area. I went over to the other, I think it's an on-ramp, looked there too to see, maybe it bounced. Looked kind of down in the grassy area. It wasn't there. It was nowhere to be found.
So you didn't find her phone case when you went back out there?
Correct.
And approximately what time do you think that was?
Maybe pushing 8 o'clock-ish. I really don't remember the time. I know that it was daylight.
To the scene, where'd you go after that?
I think I called my mom, and I was like, I had gotten a notification that my mom had left her house. And I said, hey, is Mel over there? She's like, I don't know, go look. Because I knew the pin to get in her house, and her dogs wouldn't, they know me. I lived there for 4 years, or 5, I can't remember. But I don't know, go look, we're not home right now, is what she said. So I was like, okay. So I went to my mom's house. My mom has a finished basement that has bedrooms down there. I went and looked around. I opened every single door in the entire house. Mel wasn't there.
So she's not at her grandma's house then?
Not at her grandma's.
Are you starting to get more concerned then?
Yeah.
What did you do next?
I think I drove through Marion, and I think I went to the police station.
And sometime in there is when you reached out to the defendant around 9:46 a.m., right?
Correct.
Okay. So you had her phone at that point in time. but you still didn't know where she was.
Correct.
And then at February 18th at 11:43 a.m., it looks like an unsent message. Do you remember that?
I don't, but the Marion Police Department at some time from the time that I got there until the time that we were notified that she was deceased, they had my phone.
Okay. So by February 18th, 2024, did you still have your phone at 3:11 p.m.?
No, I don't think I had it.
So tell us about when you found out that she was deceased. Were you at the Marion Police Department?
I was.
And as you sit here now, do you remember when you talked to a police officer? About what time?
So I went to the police department around 10:30, 10:45, 10 o'clock hour sometime. And I said I'm here to report a missing person. And they took me into a little room and I filled out a whole bunch of paperwork and I was in there for 2+ hours.
You remember talking to a Marion police officer, like a uniformed officer?
Yes.
If the uniformed officer's report said it was right around noon when he took the report for you, does that sound about right?
Yes.
So what we saw in this exhibit here earlier there, the conversations where the messages sent by you to Mr. Louisma, were those sent by law enforcement then?
Yes.
That wasn't you?
That wasn't me.
When were you notified that she was deceased then?
Seriously, that day is such a blur.
Sure.
Can't give you a time period. I know that I was downstairs for 2+ hours. Daisy came, brought me a phone charger. Shortly after that, and at this time, they had already had my phone, and she gets there with the charger, and I'm like, I don't need that now. Like, I don't even have my phone with me. We were escorted, her and I were escorted upstairs into a conference room where we were introduced to Ryan with DCI, and we were introduced to Police Chaplain Matt.
So is that when Ryan, so Special Agent Kedley, is that right?
Yes.
Is that when he advised you that Melody's body had been found?
Yes.
So in the days, hours and days after that, when Melody's disappearance and homicide was being investigated, were you contacted by Special Agent Kedley at any point in time or points in time to identify objects?
Yes.
Do you remember what he showed you?
Yes.
And what did he show you?
Melody's phone case.
Anything else?
Are you talking specifically that day or like in order?
Other days. So first that day and then in the following.
I was
days.
asked to positively identify, if I could, a piece of her shirt and also her glasses.
I want to present to the witness for identification, State's Exhibit number 10F, Your Honor. You see State's Exhibit number 10F?
I do.
What's depicted in that exhibit?
Melody's phone case.
Move to enter State's Exhibit number 10F, Your Honor.
Any objection to 10F? 10F is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
10F is published.
Is this, what is this a picture of?
Melody's phone case.
Is this the phone case that she had on her phone when she left your residence the late night of February 17th, 2024?
Yes.
Is this the phone case you were looking for out on Collins Road and Edgewood Road?
Yes.
And How was this phone case, this picture presented to you?
Without a phone in it?
Did Special Agent Kedley show you this picture?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of him showing you this picture?
I do believe that they recovered it.
Were you able to identify to Special Agent Kedley that this was Melody's phone case?
Yes.
Now we'd like to present to the witness for identification, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 10G. Do you see that?
I do.
So not that day, but in the following day or two, were you also sent a picture of a pair of glasses by Special Agent Kelly?
Yes.
And is that what's depicted in State's Exhibit number 10G?
Yes.
And do you recognize those glasses?
I do.
Whose glasses are they?
Melody's.
Move to enter State's Exhibit number 10G, Your Honor.
Any objection to 10G?
No objection, Your Honor.
10G is admitted.
Permission to publish.
10G is published.
Is this the picture that Special Agent Kelly sent to you of the glasses you identified as Melody's?
Yes.
And did you tell Special Agent Kelly that you were positive these were Melody's glasses?
Yes.
You recognized them by the style of the glasses?
I ordered them off of Zenny for her.
I'm sorry?
I ordered them off of Zenny for her.
Okay, and I think we see that on there, that it says Zenny on that, right?
Correct.
Okay. And did you do some verification then with your order information that these were indeed the glasses?
I did.
Okay. So you have any doubt in your mind these are Melody's glasses?
No doubt at all.
Okay, I'd like to present to the witness State's Exhibit number 6N. Already been received in evidence, I guess, I think. One second, Your Honor. I'm going to correct myself, and we'd like to show, and I guess republish, since it's already in evidence, State's Exhibit number 6U.
Publishing 6U.
Do you recognize what's in State's Exhibit number 6U?
I do.
What is that?
Melody's necklace.
For the record, this is an exhibit that was introduced through Deputy Mark Teat, photographed at Lily Pond, that we're looking at here. What was contained on this necklace, if anything?
Her sister's ashes.
Did she have a sister that passed away?
She does.
Did she keep them in a locket,
Exactly like this one.
like the one you have? Was that ever recovered and returned to you?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. Megan, on February 18th, 2024, did you know a man by the name of Dakota Van Patten?
Never heard the name.
Did you know a man by the name of Logan Kempton?
Never heard the name.
To your knowledge, were either of these men friends with Melody Hoffman?
No.
On February 18th, 2024, did you know the defendant?
Yes.
That's all I have for now, Judge.
Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Hoffman.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Hoffman, you and Melody were close, correct?
Very.
In fact, I think you've described her as your best friend.
I did.
And you've also described that Melody shared everything with you. Is that correct?
She did.
Including her relationships?
She did.
And I believe you said she was very open with me and kept an open line of communication, correct?
Yep.
I'm sorry, did I get an answer, Your Honor?
Yep.
Okay. And given that she was open with you about her relationships, you were involved in making sure that she had birth control available to her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were involved in making sure she used birth control?
Yes.
At any point, did she ever share with you that she was pregnant?
Oh.
And given your relationship with her, there's no way she could have experienced a medical episode like a miscarriage without your knowledge, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Earlier today, when you were describing McKinley Louisma in January of this year, you referenced a possibility of a pregnancy on direct exam. Do you recall that?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
When you were describing McKinley Louisma in January of this year, when you indicated that there was a possible baby or a possible pregnancy, do you recall saying that on direct exam today?
I don't recall saying that direct regarding Melody.
Okay, and my question is, when you were referencing a possible baby, you were not referring to Melody being pregnant, correct?
Correct.
Regarding the threatening text messages that you said arrived on January 7th, did you ever determine who sent them?
No, they were sent from a Text Now app.
And you testified that you notified police of those messages, correct?
I did.
And police never determined who sent them, is that correct?
I don't know the answer to that.
But you stated today that you thought you had a belief about who sent them, is that right?
I did.
But any belief that you have is just speculation. You don't have any evidence to support that?
Counsel, please approach. The objection is sustained.
Ms. Hoffman, regarding the exchange of property after the breakup between Melody and Mr. Louisma, you described that there was no incident when he actually came over to pick up the property. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, at one time you described the property exchange as peaceful. Is that correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that while Melody and Mr. Louisma might have argued prior to the actual exchange of the property, the exchange itself on January 7th was peaceful that day?
Melody did not have contact with the defendant that day. I did the exchange.
Okay. And was arguing over their property the only negative interaction that you had witnessed between Melody and Mr. Louisma?
Yes, it was.
After Melody and Mr. Louisma had broke up, was Melody still on a dating app to your knowledge?
She's a 20-year-old female. I don't know.
Okay. After Melody and Ken broke up in January, did you see them get together in person ever after that?
I did.
Did you eventually allow him to come back into your home?
On one occasion, I was notified that he wanted to come visit.
And did you allow him to come in?
Reluctantly.
And to your knowledge, did that visit at your home involve any incidents or any arguments?
Melody informed me that he wanted to come over and she wanted to see him, and I said, okay, but stay in the living room where the camera is so I can see you. No incidents, no arguments, no nothing.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and take our afternoon recess, be about 15 to 20 minutes. Have a good break. Please remember the admonition, and we'll see you back here shortly. You can all be seated. All right, we're back on the record in FVCR 153477. Stay prepared to call its next witness.
We are, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
State calls Mike Pope.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state and spell your full name for the record.
Michael Pope, Michaelpope.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can we start off by you telling us how you are currently employed?
I'm employed by the Marion Police Department.
And what's your current title or role right now within the Marion Police Department?
I'm assigned to the Bureau of Investigations.
Can you tell us about your educational background?
I went to the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in 2009. I graduated there in 2010. I worked for the Burlington Police Department for 12 years until December of 2021, and I moved to Marion after that. And in December of 23, I became an investigator.
When you were employed with the Burlington Police Department, did you work any special assignments or were you on any task force? What was your role with Burlington?
I was a patrol officer for 9 years, and I was in a violent crimes unit as well as later assigned to the Southeast Iowa Narcotics Task Force.
And so you joined Marion Police Department in 2021?
That's correct.
And you said you joined the Bureau of Investigations in 2023. Did I get that?
Yes.
Okay. Within the Bureau of Investigations, do you handle all types of crimes that require investigation, or are you specifically violent crimes, specifically property crime?
All crimes.
As part of the Bureau of Investigations with the Marion Police Department, did you become involved in the homicide investigation of Melody Hoffmanin?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us when you became involved in that investigation?
We were contacted, I think it was a Saturday, I'm not sure what day, by the lieutenant. He advised us that there was a body found in Iowa County, and we needed to report to the Marion Police Department to start investigating that.
Where were you at when you got that notification?
I was at home.
So, as part of the investigative bureau, when you're off, are you still on call for big stuff?
Yes.
Once you got that call, did you then head into the Marion Police Department?
Yes.
Tell us what happened when you first get there.
We met with the investigator from Iowa County who kind of explained what was going on, and then we kind of made a game plan for attempting to locate leads and other evidence.
So this game plan that you all collectively worked on together, what was your first assignment in that game plan?
I think the first thing I did was we went to Morgan Creek Park and Cherry Hill Park to see if there was anything at those locations because we had seen the Life 360 GPS app from Melody's phone that indicated she was at those two parks.
So at the time you get called into the investigation, Marion Police Department is already in possession of Melody's phone.
I believe Megan, her mother, was reporting her missing at about the time that we were called in.
And you mentioned this Life 360 app. Throughout this trial, we've heard a little bit about it. But generally, what information were you provided from that application that directed your next steps in the investigation?
We could see that the app had been turned, the GPS locator had been turned off at some point driving through Marion. But prior to that, we could see that she was at the Morgan Creek Park and Cherry Hill Park and almost at Morgan Creek Park for almost an hour.
that her phone was at Morgan Creek Park for almost an hour?
Yes.
Okay. So once it was determined, was that approximately 51 minutes?
Yes.
Once it was determined that Melody was at Morgan Creek Park for approximately an hour, what'd you do with that information?
Went to Morgan Creek Park, looked around the area where the locator indicated they were stopped. It was nighttime, so it was hard to see. There's not really any lights in that park, but we found some things that were kind of interesting to us.
Okay. Can you recall what day it was that you went out to the park?
It was the 20th of February.
And you said that you did find some things at Morgan Creek Park that were interesting to you or potentially relevant to your investigation?
We thought it possibly could be part of the investigation.
Can you tell us what it was that you located at Morgan Creek Park that you thought had some potential importance?
In the parking lot where we believe that what the GPS locator indicated they were at the most time, we located in the southeast corner a yellow stain on the concrete that appeared to have like a flaky type substance, and then what appeared to be some liquid that had run off of where the substance was. There was a picnic table area that had some amber colored drops kind of all around the table. So we weren't sure what those items were at the time.
And so when you found these two areas at the park, when I say areas, these stains, for lack of a better word, what was done with them?
I returned the next day during the daylight. I took photographs of the area, and I took swabs of the area and then sent those to the DCI crime lab for examination.
Is it typical that when swabs of substances are obtained, that those are sent off to the DCI laboratory?
Yes.
To be clear, within the Marion Police Department, do you guys have the technical capability to do tests on things like that?
No, we don't.
What, if anything, did you learn from the swabs that were sent off from the samples you took at Morgan Creek Park?
I specifically know we learned that the white or the yellow substance that had the flaky items in it was determined to be vomit.
Was there an attempt to obtain DNA or other identifying information from the swabs from the vomit or the amber liquid?
I don't believe so.
While you were at Morgan Creek Park on that second trip back in the daylight, did you guys photograph the areas that you were searching and the items that you located while you were out there?
Yes.
I'd like to show you some photographs, what have been previously marked as States Exhibit 11A through 11O. Tell me when those are up there.
They're up there.
Okay. I'm going to scroll through these fast. Do you recognize these photos that are contained in all exhibits marked 11?
Yes, I do.
Are they photographs that you took or that were taken during your search at Morgan Creek Park?
Yes.
And if I understood you correctly, were those taken on the 21st?
Actually, those were taken on the 20th. The
20th.
original date was the 19th at nighttime.
Of February?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers 11A through 11O.
Any objection to 11A through 11O?
No objection.
11A through 11O are admitted.
Investigator Pope, while you were out at the Morgan Creek Park doing this search, were you the lone investigator who was doing that, or were you there in a team capacity?
Sergeant Joel Peschik from the Lynn County Sheriff's Office was also there.
So there were 2 of you?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I have permission to publish the exhibits that were just submitted?
Published now.
Investigator Pope, starting first with Exhibit 11A, can you tell us what we're seeing in this photograph?
It's the marker sign for Morgan Creek Park.
And to give us some spatial context, on the left side of this photograph, would you agree that there is a road running?
Yes.
And do you know directionally which way that road runs?
East and west.
And are we facing west from this vantage point?
Yes.
Okay. What road is that?
I don't know.
Would it be E Avenue?
It could be.
Okay. And what appears to be a road that runs right to left across this photo, is this a public road or is this a part of the parking lot to Morgan Creek Park?
It's the entrance to Morgan Creek Park.
Looking next at 11B, what are we seeing in this photograph?
North from the entrance of Morgan Creek Park.
So if we go back to 11A, would this be if we made a right turn on this driveway,
Yes.
looking into the park?
Correct.
And what are we seeing in States 11C?
This is the parking lot area where the GPS locator indicated Melody's phone was for the approximately 51 minutes or an hour.
To give us some context of where this parking lot is within the park area, are you able from this photograph that's shown on the screen now in 11B to tell us where that little shelter house is located within the park?
I believe it's right there behind the speed limit 15 sign.
On the right side of the screen here?
Yes.
Okay. So you've gone up this road and turned the corner back into the park?
Correct.
And States 11D, what are we seeing here?
That's the picture, the southeast corner of the parking lot.
To the right of what we see in 11C?
Yes.
And in 11E, what are we seeing?
The picnic table area.
And in 11F?
That's a photo of the yellow substance that was later found to be vomit.
Is this the first parking spot on the left of the SUV that we see in 11D?
Yes.
And what are we seeing in States 11G?
It's a different angle of the same picture of the vomit and the trail that led away from it.
And 11H?
The park picnic table area again.
And is this the same shelter picnic table area that we saw in the other photograph?
Yes, it is.
So we're still in that same parking lot and area of the park?
Yes.
11I, tell us what we need to be focused on in this photo.
The small circular drops on the ground, they don't really appear to be amber because the darkness from the shade, but those were the drops that we kind of noted as interesting. We weren't sure what they were.
Are these the drops that you earlier in your testimony referred to as being the amber drops?
Yes.
And is that also what we're seeing in 11J?
Yes.
What are we seeing in States 11K?
Collecting a sample of the vomit on the ground.
On the left side of this screen, tell us what this is that I'm circling.
It's a cotton swab for collecting biologicals that we use for these investigations.
Are those swabs sometimes referred to as buccal swabs?
Yes.
When you use a buccal swab as part of your investigation, how are those packaged prior to use?
They're prepackaged and almost like you see in a doctor's office. You peel them open, and then the swab is inside of that.
The packaging that's on those buccal swabs, does it keep the swabs from being pre-contaminated?
Yes.
Once these swabs are collected, what do you do with them to ensure that they're not mixed in with other things?
Place them into a evidence holding box. They're kind of small. They're specifically made to hold the buccal swabs.
And then the box that those are put in, those are preserved until they can be transported to the DCI lab?
Yes.
11L, what are we seeing here?
Taking swabs of the liquid area that had ran to the south from the vomit area.
So what we see in 11K, there was liquid that ran off of this pile of vomit?
Yes.
And 11L would be what you believed to be the liquid that ran from there?
Yes.
In M, what are we seeing here?
One of those amber drops and getting ready to collect another buccal swab of that.
And to be clear, when you move on to the amber liquid to collect a sample, you're using new buccal swabs?
Yes.
And in O?
Just more of
Excuse me, in N, I apologize.
just more of the amber drops that were kind of everywhere.
And in O, what are we seeing here?
Just kind of an overview of more of how those dots or drops were on the ground.
Thank you. Your Honor, will you clear my screen, please? Investigator Pope, the area at this park at Morgan Creek Park, can you confirm that Morgan Creek Park is within the Lynn County border?
Yes.
Yes, you can confirm it, or yes, it is in Lynn County.
Both.
Okay, thank you. That question wasn't very clear. As part of your role as an investigator in this homicide death investigation, were you also part of a team that executed a search warrant at 4006 Hummingbird in Hiawatha?
Yes, I was.
The address on Hummingbird, is that structure that's there a trailer?
Yes, it is.
And does that trailer sit within a trailer park of sorts?
Yes, it does.
Do you recall the name of that trailer park?
I do not.
Can you tell us what the significance of that address was to your investigation? What led you there?
We believed it to be the residence of McKinley Louisma. It was where his vehicle was located the previous night prior to the search warrant, parked in front of that trailer.
I want to back up a little bit. Believed it was the residence of the defendant. Did you have knowledge about other occupants or residents that were also residing at that Hummingbird address?
Yes.
Who else was known to you to reside there?
Carl Allen, Patty Bascom, Nikia Svoboda, and Logan Kimpton.
When you went to execute this search warrant, do you recall how many law enforcement officers were a part of the team of investigators who went in to execute this?
I believe there was 4.
Generally speaking, when a search warrant is executed, is there a standard procedure that's used or an order of operations that's conducted when you execute a search warrant?
Yes.
Can you generally just walk us through what happens when a search warrant's executed on a residence?
In this case, we knew that the residents were home, so we secured them, just made sure that they didn't have access to weapons. And then we take photographs of the residents prior to the search warrant. Then we search the residence and then take photos again at the end of it.
So prior to anything being searched, photographs are taken?
Yes.
What's the purpose of taking those overall photos before the search warrant is executed?
To show the residents how it was when we entered.
And is that because during search warrants things get moved and moved?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us within this trailer how many separate bedrooms there were?
3.
And throughout this search, were you able to determine who occupied which bedrooms?
Yes.
Can you tell us who all shared bedrooms within this residence?
Carl Allen and Patty Bascom shared the primary bedroom, which was in the north end of the trailer. And Nikia Svoboda and McKinley Louisma shared the south bedroom.
And were you able to determine where Kimpton slept within the residence?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was in the bedroom that was kind of in the middle of the trailer.
During the search of the Hummingbird address in Hiawatha, were there cell phones that were seized?
Yes.
And were you able to determine whose cell phones you guys collected?
We collected 2 cell phones from Nikia Svoboda.
Were there other phones within the residence that weren't collected?
Yes, we actually collected 2 other phones that weren't working, but we don't know who they belong to.
Okay, so 4 phones total were found, all were collected, 2 belonged to Nikia and 2 were inoperable.
Yes.
Was there within this home a machete that was located?
Yes.
Can you tell us where within the home that was found?
Inside a closet in the room where we found an ID for Logan Kimpton.
And when you say it was found inside the room, where within the room was that found?
It was inside the closet.
And you said you also found an ID for Logan Kimpton in that room?
Yes.
Where was the ID located generally?
Inside of a wallet on top of a plastic table.
You did note that, generally speaking, during search warrants, photographs are taken.
Yes.
Were photos taken during the execution of this specific search warrant?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, if I may show this witness what has previously been marked as Exhibits 12A through 12C and 12H through 12Q, please. I'm going to scroll through these. Do you recognize the photos?
Yes.
Give me 1 second. The photos that I just scrolled through for you, Investigator Pope, were these the photographs that were taken during the search warrant?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would offer 12A through C and 12H through Q.
Any objection to Exhibits 12A through 12C and 12H through 12Q?
No objection.
12A through 12C and 12H through 12Q are admitted.
May I have permission to publish those photographs, Your Honor?
published at this time.
Investigator Pope, starting first with Exhibit 12A, can you tell us what we're seeing in this photograph?
It's a picture of the trailer showing the address of the trailer.
And is it important when taking photographs to also document the address of the residence that you're searching?
Yes.
12B, what are we looking at from this vantage point?
It's the back side of the trailer.
The steps or porch area that are seen in this photograph, is that the main entry point to this home?
I don't believe so. I think that's on the other side.
So this residence has two entry doors?
Yes.
And in 12C, is this the second entry door at this residence?
Yeah, I believe that's the main entrance there.
(12H), can you tell us what we are seeing in this photograph?
It's the closet door in the room belonging to Logan Kimpton.
And you knew that this room belonged to Logan Kimpton because this is the room where you found his driver's license or his ID?
That's correct.
Okay. And in 12I, what are we seeing here?
The black object leaning against the wall is a machete.
Is that machete within the closet door that we saw in the previous photo?
Yes, it is.
The location and position of this machete leaned up against the door frame, is that the location and position that it was found when you guys opened that door?
Yes.
And 12J, what are we seeing here?
It's a photograph with evidence marker next to it, next to the same machete.
Can you tell us what an evidence marker is and what the purpose of it is?
It's to mark what item we're calling that piece of evidence, as well as who collected it, possibly.
In 12K, what are we seeing in this photograph?
It's a cell phone that was found on the floor.
Do you recall which floor it was found on?
The floor of Logan Kimpton's room.
And in 12L, are we seeing another photograph?
So a cell phone on the table in Logan Kimpton's room.
12M, what are we focusing on in this photograph?
The black and milds in the windowsill of the room.
Why were the black and milds on that windowsill important to your investigation?
This particular window is in the bedroom belonging to McKinley and Nikia. And on the night of the incident, McKinley stopped at Quick Star to purchase cigarettes or cigars.
And well, he purchased cigarettes and cigars, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the type of cigars that were purchased, were they the same type and kind of these black and mild seen on that windowsill?
I believe so.
(12N), more phones?
Yes, those are the two phones belonging to Nikia Svoboda.
And do you recall which room of the residence these phones were located?
She had them on her person.
12O?
It's the back side of one of the phones that she had.
Investigator Pope, when phones are found and or recovered, is there a process or a procedure that's used to secure the phones from being accessed even remotely?
Yes.
Can you explain that to us?
There's a couple options. The primary we use on scene is to put the phone in airplane mode, which disconnects it from digital services such as data or Wi-Fi.
And was that done with the phones that you recovered that were operable during this search warrant?
Yes.
Once those phones are collected, where do they go?
In this case, they went to the Marion Police Department and then to Cedar Rapids Police Department later for a forensic download.
States P looking at those same two phones?
Yes.
And Q, was there anything in this photograph that was important to your investigation?
This is just a common bathroom for the residents in the hallway near the bedrooms of McKinley and Logan.
Was this the only bathroom within that trailer?
No, there was one attached to the primary bedroom.
When you looked in and or searched this bathroom, were you looking for, well, what were you looking for?
Any weapons, any evidence, could be like biological evidence, whether it be blood or other things that might be pertinent to the investigation.
Did you do that thinking that this was the bathroom of primary use for the defendant and for Logan Kimpton?
Yes.
So when you go in and execute a search warrant, would it be fair to say that you are searching for more than just physical or tangible items?
Yes.
To be clear, when you looked in this bathroom, did you find any biological matter, weapons, anything that furthered your investigation?
We did not.
But you checked?
Yes.
Your Honor, if you'll clear my screen, please. I just want to make sure that I understood you correctly. The phones that were found in Logan Kimpton's bedroom, were those the two phones that you identified as being inoperable?
Yes.
And so the two phones that you found in the physical possession of Nikia Svoboda, those phones were operable?
Yes, the iPhone that's navy blue had cell service. The other, just she indicated didn't have cell service, just worked on Wi-Fi when she was at home or somewhere where there was Wi-Fi.
As part of the investigation, did you make contact with Dakota Van Patten?
Yes, I did.
And when you initially made contact with him, can you recall when that initial contact was made?
Probably within a half hour to an hour of finishing the execution of the search warrant on Hummingbird Lane.
And what date was that, if you can remember?
I believe it was the 20th, but I'm not sure.
But still within very few days from the discovery of Melody Hoffman's body.
Yes.
When you made that contact with Dakota Van Patten, where did that contact happen?
At his residence.
And what was the address there?
270th South 15th Northwest. I think it's a street.
270 15th Street Northwest?
Yes.
Can you describe for us or explain to us under what circumstances that contact was made?
Lieutenant Fort contacted me and asked us to go and try to make contact with Dakota, as he may have some information regarding the investigation.
At the point where you were contacted and directed in Dakota Van Patten's direction, what information did you know, or when you say it was believed he may have some information regarding the investigation, what specifically did you know at that point?
I was told that McKinley had named him as someone that was part of the The incident.
And by the incident, you mean the killing of Melody
Yes.
Hoffman?
Yes.
When you made contact with Dakota Van Patten, I know you said he was at his home. What was he doing when you ran into him?
He was walking out of his front door, getting ready to grill some food
And where was that grill located at the house?
on the front porch of the residence.
Did you, when you made contact with Dakota, ask him to come back to the Marion Police Department with you?
Yes.
And did he come?
Yes.
When you got back to the Marion Police Department with Mr. Van Patten, was an interview conducted with him?
Yes, I didn't go back with him initially. Sergeant Ward transported him to the Marion Police Department.
The purpose of that transport back to MPD was to conduct an interview, though.
That's correct.
Ultimately, did you end back up at that 270 15th Street address?
Yes.
And was the purpose of that to execute a search warrant at that residence as well?
Yes.
Can you describe for us what kind of residence that is?
It's a single-family home. I think it's a story and a half. So it's one level, and then there's an attic with a basement.
The location of that residence, does it sit near an intersection?
Yes, it does.
And what intersection does that sit near?
15th Street, and I'm not sure what the cross street is. Might be Johnson Avenue, but I'm not sure.
Possibly that it's Hinckley?
Sure.
Okay. Would you have taken a picture of that?
I didn't. I believe Audrey Walters, our evidence tech, did.
If a photograph was taken of an intersection at the time that you were executing a search warrant, would that indicate to you that that was the location of the house?
Yes.
Through your investigation, were you able to determine, other than obviously Dakota Van Patten, who else was associated with that address on 15th Street?
Yes.
Who else lived there?
Dustin Prince and Kendra Gallegos.
What, if any, relationship did Dustin Prince and Kendra Gallegos have to Dakota Van Patten?
Dustin Prince is Dakota's brother, and Kendra was Dustin's girlfriend.
During the search of this residence, were you able to determine who was associated with which living space or which bedroom space?
Yes.
Do you recall how many standard bedrooms were in this house?
2.
And where were those bedrooms located?
On the first floor.
Who resided, who slept in those bedrooms?
In the main bedroom, Dustin and Kendra slept in those. In the second bedroom, it didn't appear that anybody slept in that bedroom.
Were you able during the search to determine where Dakota Van Patten sleeps?
Yes.
And can you describe for us which part of the house was his sleeping space, his living space?
There was a small room in the northeast corner of the basement that appeared to have drywall just recently put in with a mattress on the floor.
Within the house, how do you access the basement?
Through the kitchen.
And was there an exterior door or an exit in the basement that would get you outside?
No.
So if you want to leave the basement, you come back up the stairs that go into the kitchen to leave?
Yes.
How did you determine that the area you described in that basement was the area primarily occupied by Dakota Van Patten?
Upon speaking with Kendra and Dustin, they indicated his bedroom was in the basement.
Did you find during the search items in the basement area that also corroborated or confirmed that Dakota Van Patten spent his time, slept in that area?
Yes.
Can you tell us, in the basement area, starting in that northeast designated bedroom area, what you found during the search?
We located gray Nike tennis shoes, a dark-colored sweatpants, and a clear pair of eyeglasses.
Starting with the gray Nike sneakers that you found down there, where specifically were those located?
Under the mattress, kind of between the wall and the mattress.
And what about those Nike tennis shoes led you to believe they belonged to Dakota Van Patten?
They were consistent with the shoes worn in the Quick Star video of him with McKinley Louisma.
You also mentioned some dark gray sweatpants, is that right?
Yes.
What was significant or telling about the dark gray sweatpants that were located in that bedroom?
They were also consistent with the pants that Dakota was wearing in the Quick Star video.
You noted that a clear pair of eyeglasses was found. Tell us specifically where that clear pair of eyeglasses was located.
On the west wall, there was a TV sitting on top of a metal filing cabinet. The metal filing cabinet was turned sideways. Just on the front side of the metal cabinet, the eyeglasses were on the floor.
In all of the surveillance video that was collected that showed you what Dakota Van Patten was wearing the night that Melody Hoffmanin was murdered, was Van Patten wearing clear glasses?
No, he was not.
So what about those glasses made you think that they were important or relevant to your investigation?
We were told early in the investigation that Melody was wearing clear eyeglasses when she left the residence on the evening that she was murdered.
And when her body was found at Lily Lake, did she have eyeglasses on?
No, she did not.
Based on what you were able to develop and ascertain during this investigation, did you form the opinion that the glasses found in Dakota Van Patten's bedroom belonged to Melody Hoffmanin?
Yes.
Like a trophy?
Yes.
Down in that basement area, did you also locate a footlocker?
Yes.
Can you describe for us where within the basement this footlocker was located?
It was approximately 5 feet away from the stairwell, kind of between the bedroom, Dakota's bedroom, and the stairwell.
Were you or investigators during this search able to make entry into the footlocker?
Yes.
And was there anything within that footlocker that you believed could potentially be relevant to your investigation?
Yes.
Can you tell us what specific items were found in the footlocker that was in that basement area?
There was a Vanguard revolver pistol, as well as several different knives.
And what about the knives? I know it may seem obvious, but why were you concerned with the knives?
Because we knew that during the commission of the murder, Melody had been stabbed or slashed.
At the time that the search warrant at this residence was being executed, were investigators still trying to determine what weapon was used to repeatedly slash her back and stab her?
Yes.
Once those knives were found in that footlocker, were they photographed?
Yes.
Were they also collected?
Yes, they were.
What's done with knives in a situation like this after they're collected?
They were placed into evidence, and then we later determined which ones would go to the lab to see if there was any biological data on, or fluids on the knives.
The knives that were found in the footlocker, were they or were they not determined to have biological matter on them?
They were never sent to the lab.
Were there any other knives found in the basement area?
Yes, there was a deep freeze appliance in the northwest corner of the basement. And inside that, I located a white-handled knife that had a serrated edge.
When you were conducting and executing these search warrants, you had knowledge that there was some sort of a knife or cutting instrument used, but at that time, did you have any other details related to the physicality of the knife that you thought were important or that had been relayed to you that you should be looking for?
No.
So any knife at this point was fair game?
Yes.
All of them are found, photographed, collected?
That's correct.
Later in the investigation, was it determined collectively throughout or with the investigators what items of evidence would be sent off to the DCI lab?
Yes, it was.
Were there any other items of clothing that were or was found in the basement area that drew your attention to them?
Yes.
Firstly, tell us where the item was located.
It was located in the washer or dryer area. I'm not sure, I didn't locate it.
And what specifically was located in the washer dryer area?
It was a dark green hooded sweatshirt that was consistent to the one we believed Dakota was wearing in the Quick Start video.
Was this an Under Armour sweatshirt?
Yes, it was.
And did it have a logo or a symbol that was visible on the exterior of the sweatshirt?
Yes, it did.
And where was that symbol located on the sweatshirt?
It was a rather large logo on the chest.
So not only the color being consistent with what you saw Dakota Van Patten wearing in the surveillance videos, but in the surveillance videos, were you also able to make a comparison to that big logo on the chest area of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
And in your opinion, were they similar at minimum?
Yes.
In the basement of this house on 15th Street, was there anything else that was located during the execution of this search warrant that was determined to be important?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
There was a bundle of green paracord.
And when you say a bundle of it, if you can recall or if you know, approximately how many feet of cord was included in that bundle that was found?
I don't recall. I didn't check the package.
when you found that paracord, did it, by its appearance, when you found it, appear to be missing parts of it?
Yes, I believe so.
Was one of the ends or both of the ends frayed, if you can recall?
I think one of the ends was frayed, but I don't know if both were.
The rope that was found in the basement, had you, during this investigation, seen rope that was consistent in color, shape, size to the rope that was found in the basement of Dakota Van Patten?
Yes.
Where'd you see that rope?
It was inside of a green bag that was taken from the vehicle of McKinley Louisma.
During this search, would it be fair to say that the whole house was searched and not just the basement area?
Yes.
So was it the southeast bedroom of this house where the brother and the brother's girlfriend resided?
Yes.
What, if anything, of evidentiary value was located within that bedroom?
A machete.
Can you tell us where that machete was found?
Under the bed near where your head would lay.
If I recall correctly from reading your reports, was there also a semi-automatic pistol located in that bedroom?
Yes.
And that pistol, or gun, whatever we're calling it, where was that located?
Also in that bedroom inside of a locked container.
And when you say that it was inside of a locked container, was it a container that was capable of being locked, or was it locked at the time that it was located?
It was locked at the time it was located.
And you noted that photos were taken during the search at 270 15th Street Northwest.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to show this witness exhibits, or what have previously been marked as exhibits 13A through 13GG. Are those up for you, investigator?
Yes.
I'm going to scroll through these quickly. Do you recognize the photos?
Yes.
Are these photos that were taken during the execution of the search warrant at 270 15th Street Northwest?
All but one of them was.
And which one, to be clear, was not?
13GG.
Was that photo taken from that address?
Yes.
The item in that photograph was collected earlier?
Yes.
And was it collected earlier when you first went there and made contact with Dakota Van Patten?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, the state would offer 13A through 13GG.
Any objection to 13A through 13GG?
No objection.
Exhibits 13A through 13GG are admitted.
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may. right, jurors, I understand that we're at a good breaking point. I want to make sure that we're out on time today, being that it's election day. I want to make sure that anyone who wants to vote today gets to the polls and isn't waiting needlessly. So we're going to go ahead and recess for the day. We'll start up tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Please remember the admonition, and we'll see you in the morning. Have a good night.
System's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose. purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. Rise up now, it's our time to shine. United and free. We'll write a new paradigm. United and free. United and free. United and free.